Hey guys, settle in, get comfortable, or as comfortable as you can be, because tonight we're peeling back the layers on a life lived with intense feeling and enduring spirit. A journey that starts far back in time, in the atmospheric, often grim reality of Victorian England. This is a story whispered through damp, drafty country houses where the polite veneer often hides something far less pleasant. Through the echoing stone halls of chilly charity schools where austerity wasn't just a policy, it was the entire curriculum, making even the strictest of modern institutions look like a five-star resort in comparison. You're not just hearing about this. You're going to journey asterisk with asterisk her, inhabit her small frame, feel the biting cold seeping through her thin shawl right to your bones. And yes, perhaps even feel a phantom shiver or the prickling sensation of cold, tear-filled eyes just from the power of the narrative itself. Honestly, experiencing just the early trials of her childhood, depicted with the raw, unfiltered reality that shaped her, is likely to leave you with an immediate, overwhelming urge to bundle yourself securely in the thickest duvet you own, needing the physical reassurance of warmth and comfort just to shake off the chilling details. So, before you sink completely into the narrative, truly before you allow yourself the illusion of passive comfort while we embark on this journey, just take a quick moment, if you haven't already, to click that like button down below. And if you genuinely connect with the way I tell these stories, if this style resonates with you, and you want to hear more journeys into different lives and landscapes, consider subscribing. Please, only do it if it truly brings you something you enjoy. Authenticity is key here. It's always fascinating, even wild, to pause and think for a moment about how far these whispers travel, across how many different time zones and settings. So, if you feel moved to share, drop your location and the time you're listening in the comments. It creates a little invisible tapestry of listeners connected across the globe by this shared moment, this shared story. Now make sure the lighting is dim, creating a gentle, unobtrusive cocoon around you. If a soft, steady background sound helps you focus and relax into listening, maybe turn on a fan, something that creates a consistent, non-distracting hum. Allow the external world to recede for a while. Soften its edges. Take a deep, settling breath. And let's ease, slowly and together, into the quiet, compelling heart of tonight's journey. Feel the presence of the past rising to meet you. You find yourself, right from the very beginning of consciousness and memory, as a small, acutely inconvenient presence, a seemingly perpetual irritant in the grand, privileged, often airless world of Gateshead Hall. This is most certainly not your home. It's merely the unwelcome port where you were deposited after your parents had the utterly inconsiderate timing to, well, vanish is too gentle a word. Dead is the less poetic, far more permanent way to state it, leaving you utterly orphaned, a burden falling upon the strained good nature of your uncle, Mr. Reed. Unfortunately, he too proved fragile and didn't remain in this world much longer himself, leaving you adrift once more, becoming the enduring charge of his widow, your Aunt Reed. She views you not just with a lack of warmth, but with an undisguised, palpable aversion. Imagine, for a moment, being seen not as a vulnerable child in desperate need of comfort and care, but literally, in the eyes of the person responsible for you, as something akin to a persistent, unpleasant stain on the otherwise spotless upholstery of a rich woman's carefully ordered life. That precisely is the fundamental way you are perceived and treated within those cold, well-furnished walls right now. It colors every interaction, every expectation, or rather lack thereof. The other inhabitants, sadly, do little, if anything, to alleviate this bleak reality, or improve your solitary, isolated situation. There is Eliza, the eldest, who is perpetually sharp, relentlessly self-righteous, and wears her judgmental attitude like a finely starched, unyielding garment. She moves through the house like a pointy, accusing finger wrapped in a layer of holier-than-thou judgment, her pronouncements cutting and definitive, aimed often, it feels, directly at your perceived failings or mere existence. Then there is Georgiana, superficially sweet, possessing a fragile beauty that she seems intensely focused on preserving and presenting to the world. Her main, if not sole interest, appears to be primping, admiring herself, and constantly finding ways to highlight and prove how much prettier and better dressed she is than you, which, to be entirely honest and blunt about it, isn't a particularly challenging feat when your own clothes are a grim succession of ill-fitting, mournful hand-me-downs that feel as though they are stitched from gloom itself. And then, overshadowing the subtle cruelties of the sisters, there is John. Oh, John Reed. He is older, significantly bigger, possessing a brutishness of character that matches his physical bulk. He views you with an almost proprietary sense of ownership when it comes to inflicting torment, and considers you his personal, ever-available punching bag, verbally, physically, and psychologically. You are smaller, quieter by necessity, utterly defenseless against the capricious cruelty of his whims. He torments you mercilessly, raining down blows, insults, and unfair accusations, while the adults in the house, primarily your Aunt Reed and the servants, seem to possess a remarkable ability to turn a convenient blind eye to his actions, choosing instead to convince themselves and attempt to convince you that you are, in fact, the actual problem. You're the fractious, the turbulent, the difficult one, simply because you don't just lie down and passively accept his abuse, presenting yourself as a willing, uncomplaining little doormat. It's a topsy-turvy world where reacting to torment is seen as a greater offense than the torment itself. In your deepest, most frustrated moments, the injustice of it all is enough to make a small part of you, a darkly humorous, fiercely rebellious part, fantasize vividly about growing up, inheriting a massive, unexpected fortune, as if, and perhaps, just perhaps, hiring an entire troop of small, angry, strategically trained monkeys to swarm Gateshead and exact a perfectly orchestrated, slightly absurd but utterly satisfying revenge. Just kidding, mostly. It's the kind of thought only profound, unjust suffering can spark. Your greatest, seemingly unforgivable transgression, in the eyes of this household, seems to be nothing more complex than your mere existence itself. And perhaps, daring to be a child who reads books they deem inappropriate, that is, books John doesn't want you to read, or any book he catches you enjoying when he isn't. Daring to possess deep feelings, daring to gasp, actually react when you are physically and verbally attacked. One particular day, after yet another relentless assault by John, you flee the scene, your small legs carrying you as fast as they can away from his cruelty, seeking refuge and solace. You do what you love, what transports you beyond the confines of your miserable reality. You immerse yourself in reading a book. Your escape is brief. You are discovered hiding, and brutally dragged back to the main part of the house at the explicit cold command of Mrs. Reed. John, emboldened by your capture and return, stands triumphant. In a final act of casual violence, he picks up a book, likely the very one you were reading, symbolic perhaps of his disdain for your inner world and your small means of escape, and hurls it directly at you. It strikes you squarely, finding its mark. For perhaps the first time in your young, constantly suppressed life, something deep inside you, something coiled and constrained by fear and powerlessness, snaps. It isn't a calculated decision. It's an eruption of pure, unadulterated fury, a righteous indignation at the endless, baseless injustice of your treatment. A tiny, powerless creature finally lashing out, embodying all the suppressed anger and pain of years of abuse. You retaliate, defending yourself physically against your larger tormentor, no longer accepting the role of passive victim. This act of self-defense, this fierce but contained rebellion, is seen, predictably and instantly, not as a reaction to unbearable provocation, but as utterly unacceptable rebellion in itself. It is proof, in their eyes, that you are inherently wicked, uncontrollable, a fractious spirit needing to be broken. Your punishment is swift, disproportionate, and designed to instill fear and submission. You are seized, forcefully dragged off, and locked alone in a room known as the Red Room. Now, the Red Room isn't just any empty space within Gateshead Hall. It holds a grim, heavy significance. It is the room where your late Uncle Reed, the only person who ever showed you even a modicum of kindness, and the man who reluctantly became your guardian, passed away. Everything about the room screams a grim, suffocating memory, layered thick with solemnity and perhaps a lingering sense of his death. The furnishings are all in a deep, oppressive crimson, a color that feels less vibrant and more like dried blood in the twilight filtering through the windows. There are heavy, voluminous bed curtains hanging from the bed, like somber drapes at a funeral. The silence within the room is vast, unnatural, and oppressive, broken only by the frantic pounding of your own racing heart and the ragged sound of your uneven breath, still perhaps catching with the aftershocks of fear and rage. You are left alone with your terror, the raw, burning anger that fueled your brief defiance, and the chilling, amplifying silence of the room, forcing you inward upon your own distress. Being left utterly alone in a dark, formally oppressive room that is steeped in the memory of death, a room heavily implied by the servants' whispers and the hushed tone of the house to be haunted, would undoubtedly mess with anyone's state of mind. Imagine the effect on a small child already traumatized by profound neglect, physical abuse, and emotional isolation. Your active, vivid imagination, a source of both solace through reading and sometimes intensified fear through conjuring stories in the dark corners, immediately begins to run wild in the silent gloom. Shadows in the far corners of the room, stirred by the faint light or your own heightened state, take on menacing shapes, morphing into specters, lurking just at the edge of perception. The sound of the wind, whistling through the ancient cracks in the walls or moaning down the chimneys, is transformed by your terrified mind into a mournful sigh, the cry of a restless spirit, or perhaps, chillingly, a lament echoing your own unhappiness. The overwhelming sense of injustice at being locked away, alone and terrified, after having been physically attacked, the residual pain from John's blow, and the sheer, palpable terror of being in this significant, isolating, potentially haunted space, combine within your small being to form a perfect, overwhelming storm of emotional and psychological distress. Your senses, already heightened by fear, become hypervigilant. In the depths of this distress, in the fading light or the heavy darkness, you might perceive a momentary flash of light across the ceiling or the wall. Perhaps it's nothing more than a stressed-out retina, the desperate play of light in a terrified mind, or a trick of moonlight through the thick glass. But it is enough. It confirms your fears. It embodies the perceived haunting, and it breaks the fragile hold you have on composure. With the full force of your pent-up fear and the conviction that something supernatural is present, you scream. You Your screams, raw and desperate, eventually pierce the oppressive silence of the house and bring the servants running. They are followed, albeit reluctantly and with ill-disguised annoyance, by Mrs. Reed. But instead of the comfort or reassurance you so desperately need, even from those who neglect you, you receive only more condemnation, more blame for causing a fuss, for creating a scene. You plead, through ragged sobs and gasps for breath, begging them not to leave you alone in that terrible room. Articulate, perhaps for the very first time with startling clarity and raw courage, the simple, devastating truth of your existence there. That you are treated unfairly, profoundly and consistently, and that you do not deserve this endless cycle of punishment and isolation. For this extraordinary moment of emotional honesty, this clear articulation of your rightful indignation and suffering, you are not heard with empathy. Instead, you are dismissed out of hand as merely hysterical, manipulative even, as if your tears and pleas are a performance designed to extract sympathy rather than a genuine expression of profound distress. This chilling dismissal, this gaslighting of your reality, would certainly make anyone, let alone a vulnerable child, begin to develop a hard, cynical edge, a distrust of outward expressions of distress and how they are perceived by others. A quiet internal thought solidifies, "Oh, you're crying? Must just be faking it, trying to get something." This experience leaves a deep wound and a crucial hardening layer of self-reliance and distrust of external validation. This entire harrowing episode, the Red Room Crisis as it comes to be known, serves as a critical catalyst in the narrative arc of your young life. Mrs. Reed, thoroughly unnerved by your passionate outburst, perhaps genuinely believing you are incorrigible, or more likely simply deciding she can no longer tolerate your inconvenient, disruptive presence and the challenge you represent to her ordered household, determines that she simply cannot and will not handle you anymore. The problem, in her mind, isn't her or her children's treatment of you. It is fundamentally *you*. She takes steps to rid herself of the burden. She summons Mr. Brocklehurst, a formidable, stone-faced, seemingly iron-willed man who is the manager and dominant force behind a charitable institution known as Lowood School. Lowood is presented, ostensibly, as a school intended to educate orphaned or impoverished girls, providing them with necessary instruction and a moral foundation. However, based on Brocklehurst's demeanor and your subsequent experience, it sounds far more like a holding pen for souls attempting to gain entry into the afterlife by means of advanced, rather uncomfortable, and wholly unnecessary earthly suffering. Mr. Brocklehurst presents himself, and is largely viewed by society, as a deeply religious man, a pillar of moral authority and community virtue. Yet, his entire presence radiates cold, unyielding authority rather than warmth, genuine kindness, or Christian charity in its truest, most compassionate form. His eyes seem to judge you before you even speak. Your initial meeting with Mr. Brocklehurst at Gateshead Hall is an ordeal in itself. He is not interested in your well-being or your experiences at Gateshead. His focus is rigidly fixed on your perceived moral failings, your spiritual state. He interrogates you relentlessly about your soul, asking sharp, probing questions designed, it feels, to uncover sin rather than salvation. He demands to know if you read the Bible, how frequently you pray, if you are sufficiently pious. It is the oppressive weight of an adult placing immense, inappropriate pressure on a small child, clearly fishing for perceived moral weaknesses or failures that will confirm his pre-existing notions or justify sending you to his notoriously harsh institution. It is during this meeting that Mrs. Reed, in a moment of breathtaking dishonesty, cold calculation, and absolute betrayal, provides her reference for you. She paints a damning portrait, telling Mr. Brocklehurst with apparent sincerity that you are deceitful, cunning, mischievous, possessing an unsettling penchant for lying. It is a complete character assassination on a small defenseless child, effectively poisoning the well and prejudicing the man who will become your de facto guardian and supreme authority figure before you even step foot in the new school. You, sitting there, trapped and forced to listen to these bald-faced, vicious lies being presented as undeniable truth, feel a fierce burning fire ignite within you, far hotter than the fear of punishment. It is righteous indignation, the raw, understandable fury of having your character slandered by the very person who has wronged you. The injustice of it all quickly boils over, for the second time in your short life, overriding caution and consequence. After Mr. Brocklehurst departs, his pious judgment seemingly affirmed by Mrs. Reed's testimony, you confront your aunt. Empowered by that searing sense of injustice, perhaps fueled by the last embers of fury from the Red Room and this fresh wave of betrayal, you call her out on her lies, daring to call her directly and truthfully a deceitful woman. It's an extraordinary act of defiance for a Victorian orphan child against her patroness. This outburst, while undoubtedly providing a moment of intensely satisfying cathartic release, does absolutely nothing, of course, to improve your untenable situation. If anything, it only confirms irrevocably, in Mrs. Reed's cold, unforgiving mind, that you are indeed the wild, untamable, incorrigible child she believes you to be, and that you unequivocally need the strict, brutal discipline of Lowood to have any hope of being molded into something socially acceptable. Her relief at the prospect of sending you away, ridding her life of your disruptive presence, is palpable. And so, preparations commence for your departure to Lowood. Your packing is minimal, reflecting the minimal value and scant possessions you hold. A few thin dresses, basic underclothes, perhaps a pair of worn boots, a bonnet, nothing more. It is the sparse collection of belongings for a life reduced to its barest essentials, ready to be transferred from one form of hardship to another. You say goodbye to no one you truly love, because, heartbreakingly, there is no one at Gateshead Hall who genuinely loves you, or even regards you with genuine affection. There is a quiet relief in leaving the place of so much suffering, mixed with a profound, unacknowledged sadness that this place of supposed family was only ever a cage. The journey takes you away from the stifling, isolated misery of your home, leaving behind the cold cruelty of Gateshead. You travel towards an uncertain future, guided by fate and Mrs. Reed's determination to be rid of you. You arrive finally at Lowood School, situated in a valley, a place already described, and immediately felt upon arrival as damp, gray, and utterly bleak. The air, even before you see the buildings clearly, immediately feels heavier, colder, perpetually laced with moisture. The school is positioned specifically in a location prone to heavy mists, poor drainage, and unhealthy, stagnant air, almost as if the natural environment was deliberately chosen to maximize discomfort and act as a breeding ground for illness, complementing the deliberate austerity within the walls. Historically, institutions like Lowood sprung up during the Victorian era as a response to societal shifts like industrialization and economic hardship that increased the number of orphaned, destitute, or semi-destitute children who had no safety net. The wealthy and middle classes, moved by a sense of Christian duty, a desire for social order, or perhaps simply a need to contain the growing numbers of the poor, established these charitable schools. However, the conditions within many of them, while perhaps initially founded with benevolent intentions, often deteriorated drastically under poor management or the cruel logic of maximizing savings, frequently leading to severe neglect, deprivation, and suffering for the very children they were meant to save. This raises a persistent, unsettling question. Was this brand of charity truly benevolent, born of selfless Christian compassion? Or was it often a more convenient, socially acceptable way for polite society to hide away the unwanted, the poor, the orphaned, the ill, the disabled, and exert strict control over their upbringing, ensuring they became a submissive, compliant workforce, or at least weren't visible reminders of widespread poverty? Historians continue to debate vigorously whether institutions like Lowood were genuinely intended for moral and educational uplift, and merely failed due to insufficient funding or poor administration, or whether they inherently served a social control function, aiming less to lift children out of poverty and more simply to contain and discipline them within a rigid, predetermined structure. As you look around Lowood upon your arrival, seeing the stark buildings and the dreary setting, you instinctively know, with a chill far beyond the cold, that this is not a salvation. It is simply a different, equally confining kind of cage, exchanged for the velvet one at Gateshead. The transition from the specific, somewhat isolating, pampered neglect you experienced at Gateshead pampered, it must be emphasized, only in relation to absolute, utter destitution, to the harsh, pervasive, often brutal Spartan rigors of Lowood, is a jarring, immediate shock to your entire system. Your new world is defined by cold, stark communal living, relentlessly strict rules that govern every hour of your day, and utterly meager provisions for sustenance, warmth, and basic comfort. The first and perhaps most immediate sign of this stark reality, and one that will shape your daily experience in a visceral way, is the food, or rather, the severe lack thereof, both in quantity and quality. The staple is, typically, gruel. Thin, tasteless, watery gruel, served often lukewarm or, as if to add insult to injury, actually burnt, giving it a bitter, smoky aftertaste. It is a profound, disheartening step down even from the often undesirable leftovers or separate basic meals you were permitted at Gateshead. Breakfast, intended to fuel a cold, long day, might be nothing more than a shallow bowl of this watery slop, sometimes containing lumps, sometimes burnt to the bottom of the pot, which feels as though it provides not calories or sustenance, but a deficit, leaving you hungrier than you were before you started eating. Meals are chronically insufficient, always leaving you with a persistent gnawing ache of hunger deep in your stomach. Getting enough to eat wasn't just about comfort or minor satisfaction in that era, and certainly in an institution like Lowood. It was fundamentally about basic physical survival and maintaining enough strength to resist the illnesses that constantly circulated. A stark, cruel contrast to the elaborate multi-course meals the wealthy families, like the Reeds or Brocklehurst's Sohn, would consume with casual indifference. There's even a historical anecdote or a particularly grim recipe from the period for institutional gruel that recommends making it so thin, stretching the meager supply so far, that you should literally be able to see the bottom of the bowl clearly through the liquid. That particular detail about institutional charity sustenance is remarkably unappetizing and highlights the level of deprivation. Your stomach protests with a low growl, a constant, unheard symphony of discontent in the communal dining hall. The long, bare wooden tables filled with dozens of other similarly gaunt, watchful faces seem to stretch out endlessly, mirroring the long, hungry days ahead. Discipline at Lowood is paramount, an unyielding force that structures every minute. Silence during meals, whether you're finished or not. Strict timetables governing every action lessons, prayers, chores like washing and cleaning. Every single hour of your day is rigidly regimented, accounted for, controlled, leaving almost no space for spontaneous thought, play, or individual freedom. The clothes provided are minimal and laughably inadequate against the biting, pervasive cold of the buildings. They are thin, coarse woolen garments, simple dresses that offer little insulation. The dormitories where dozens of girls sleep communally are large, cavernous rooms, perpetually drafty, where warmth seems not just a distant memory, but an abstract, perhaps mythical concept that has no place within these walls. Waking up in the morning, which comes far too early, often means stepping onto a frigid stone or bare wooden floor, the cold immediately seizing your feet. You bundle into the insufficient clothes, your fingers already stiff, and shiver through mandatory morning prayers, your breath misting visibly in the icy air of the room, before facing another day filled with sparse, often dull lessons, and the constant low-level pain of an empty, protesting stomach. Your shoes, if you're even lucky enough to have sturdy ones, likely leak, letting in the dampness of the muddy grounds. Your fingers and toes are frequently numb with cold, aching with the reawakening of circulation. The perpetual dampness, the feeling of lingering moisture in the air and on the surfaces, seems to seep not just into your clothes and bedding, but into your very bones, a chilling physical manifestation of the institution's atmosphere. You are one of many, lost in a sea of gray uniforms, thin, identical dresses, and pinched, pale faces, all marked by hardship and the relentless Lowood routine. It's here, amidst this anonymity and austerity, that you quickly learn a vital survival tactic, one you likely began perfecting at Gateshead, but hone further here: how to blend in, how to become less noticeable, less likely to attract negative attention or stand out in a way that invites punishment. You learn to disappear, to be a shadow in the gray landscape. Your new existence at Lowood quickly settles into a bleak, enduring rhythm. Each day feels less like an opportunity for learning or growth, and more like a prolonged test of physical and emotional endurance, a constant battle against the pervasive cold, the persistent, gnawing hunger that never seems truly satisfied, and the crushing, repetitive routine that aims to erase individuality and spirit. You rise long before dawn, roused from inadequate sleep, often by candlelight or in the pale gray twilight of the perpetual dampness. Your breath plumes visibly in the frigid air of the dormitory room as you hastily dress. The morning ablutions, the washing of face and hands, involve bracingly cold water from a communal pitcher and thin, worn towels. Personal hygiene feels less like a refreshing step towards cleanliness and more like a form of deliberate, self-inflicted shock therapy, a cruel awakening administered by icy water. Seriously, standing there shivering, sometimes you genuinely wonder if the freezing water is primarily intended to physically wake you up, or if it's a perverse method of preparing you for the eventual, chilling, icy embrace of the grave, hinting that the living conditions might hasten the latter. Breakfast follows, usually the aforementioned regrettable gruel, a monotonous ordeal, a test of your willpower simply not to gag, consumed quickly while standing or perched on hard, uncomfortable benches. The long hours between meals are filled with lessons, basic arithmetic, writing practice on shared slates, the rote memorization of scripture, the teaching delivered by overworked and often ill-equipped teachers themselves struggling with the conditions and their low pay, feels less like a pathway to enlightenment or genuine intellectual engagement, and more like simply another tedious chore to be endured while your stomach rumbles a distracting, low-level symphony of discontent, echoing the hunger pangs of the other girls. But amidst the drab conformity, the endless gray, and the grinding hardship, you gradually begin noticing the individuals who inhabit this world with you. There are the younger girls, fresh from similar unhappy circumstances, often terrified, constantly shivering, their wide eyes mirroring the initial fear that seized you upon your own arrival. And there are the older ones, those who have already endured Lowood for years, already bearing the indelible marks of hardship. Gaunt frames, tired eyes, a quiet resignation. Some seem passive, withdrawn into themselves as a means of protection. Others cling fiercely, perhaps even desperately, to small scraps of dignity, attempting to maintain some semblance of self amidst the uniformity and deprivations. Then, amidst this landscape of quiet suffering, you meet Helen Burns. Helen is unlike anyone you have ever encountered before in any of your brief, difficult worlds. While you, scarred by injustice, still simmer internally with suppressed rebellion and a deep-seated resentment towards the unfairness you have endured, Helen possesses an almost unnerving, preternatural calmness. She accepts the profound harshness of Lowood, the insufficient food, the brutal punishments administered for minor infractions, the unyielding unfairness of the rules, the pervasive suffering caused by cold and illness, with a quiet, deep spiritual fortitude that is utterly baffling and simultaneously compelling. You see her enduring severe physical punishments, subjected to corporal punishment like being struck with rods for minor transgressions, or forced to stand in a humiliating place for hours on end. Yet she rarely complains aloud, always seems to turn the other cheek, offering quiet obedience even in the face of undeserved cruelty. This passivity, this apparent lack of self-defense, at first slightly infuriates you. Her acceptance of suffering feels, in a strange way, as if it enables the cruelty, offering no resistance to its force. And yet, despite your intellectual disagreement with her philosophy of passive endurance, you cannot help but be drawn to her gentle wisdom, her unwavering faith, the deep well of peace that seems to reside within her, untouched by the external suffering. She introduces you to a vastly different perspective on hardship, one that finds solace and strength not in external comfort or fighting back, but in internal resilience, in forgiveness, and in a profound, unshakable belief in a better life, a better hereafter beyond the pains of this world. It is confusing, sometimes frustrating, in its seemingly irrational acceptance of injustice, but also undeniably fascinating, a counterpoint to your own instincts for resistance and self-preservation. And there is one teacher, just one, who stands out, a beacon of genuine warmth, kindness, and quiet justice in the cold institutional fog of Lowood. This is Miss Temple. She is the superintendent, possessing a keen intellect, a compassionate heart, and an air of gentle authority that contrasts sharply with Brocklehurst's severity. She tries, within the severe strictures of Lowood's regulations, limited resources, and the ever-present interfering oversight of Mr. Brocklehurst, to provide some level of comfort, fairness, and humane treatment to the girls. She understands their suffering. When you are subjected to public humiliation by Mr. Brocklehurst, who stands before the entire assembled school and cruelly brands you a liar, echoing Mrs. Reed's venomous testimony and effectively ruining your reputation in your new world before you've even had a chance to build one, it is Miss Temple who quietly offers you compassion afterwards. She seeks you out, offers comfort, not condemnation, and most importantly, she allows you a chance to clear your name. She listens patiently and with an open mind to your side of the story. Here's the truth of your experiences at Gateshead and your reasons for reacting. She believes you. This simple act of belief, this moment of human connection and validation from an authority figure, feels like desperately needed rain falling on parched, dry earth. It is perhaps the very first time an adult, someone in a position of power over you, hasn't automatically taken the word of your abusers against you, hasn't automatically assumed your guilt or naughtiness. This quiet act of justice leaves an indelible mark. Speaking further of Mr. Brocklehurst, his periodic visits to Lowood are always an ordeal, casting a dark shadow over the fragile peace established in his absence. He is a towering, imposing figure, radiating righteous condemnation, clad always in severe black clothing, presenting an outward picture of stern piety. This outward austerity, however, stands in sharp, almost offensively blatant contrast to his own family who sometimes accompany him, arriving swathed in rich silks, luxurious furs, and the latest fashionable bonnets, symbols of comfort and wealth utterly denied to the girls they are supposedly charitable towards. This glaring hypocrisy is utterly grating, especially to your now acutely developed sense of fairness. He preaches endlessly to the girls about the importance of denying the flesh, of enduring hardship meekly, of embracing plainness and humility as Christian virtues, while ensuring his own daughters are clearly living lives of utter comfort, ease, and privilege, shielded entirely from the deprivations he insists are good for the souls of the orphans under his care. In one particularly memorable incident that crystallizes his arbitrary, cruel authority and petty tyranny, he observes that the girl's naturally curly hair, a simple organic physical characteristic, is, in his opinion, too vain, too outwardly adorned, and therefore unacceptable for future pious women. He decrees, instantly, that the girl's hair must be cut short, severing their natural locks. He literally punishes them for possessing nonconformist hair, a physical attribute entirely outside their control, branding it as a manifestation of vanity. Can you truly imagine being hair-shamed on a supposedly spiritual, moral level by a man whose own family embodies material extravagance? It perfectly encapsulates the kind of arbitrary, hypocritical, and profoundly misguided application of power, often exercised by those in control in such institutions, focused on superficial conformity rather than genuine moral development or compassionate care. His pronouncements about natural hair being somehow superior to artificial styling or even simple nonconformity in appearance, while seeming absurd now, actually reflected real societal anxieties of the time about female vanity and adornment, particularly for working-class women, seen as potentially morally suspect. Applying such severe rules to destitute orphans, who had nothing else to adorn themselves with, seems particularly cruel and tone-deaf, even for the 1840s. Historically, institutions like Lowood often imposed extremely strict regulations about appearance, dress, and conduct, designed not only for discipline but also, subtly or explicitly, to strip away individual identity and class distinctions, molding all girls into a uniform, subservient type. It becomes less about truly nurturing them into good, pious Christians capable of critical thought and independence, and more about producing a pool of meek, identical automatons suitable for domestic service or factory work, stripped of personal ambition or spirit. You inwardly see that such pronouncements, recognizing them as extensions of the same control you fought against in smaller ways at Gateshead. Life at Lowood trudges on through the harsh, relentless winter. The inadequate food and thin, coarse clothing, combined with the perpetual dampness and lack of proper heating, inexorably begin to take their toll on the already vulnerable bodies of the girls. Persistent coughs ripple through the drafty dormitories, a constant, low-level sound of suffering. Thin bodies grow thinner, faces paler, eyes taking on a vacant, exhausted look. Lowood, situated as it is in its damp, poorly drained valley bottom, proves to be a literal breeding ground for illness, particularly given the severe overcrowding in dormitories and classrooms, the insufficient and often contaminated food, and the utter lack of proper sanitation and effective heating. Historically, institutions housing large numbers of impoverished or vulnerable people in close quarters were terribly vulnerable to outbreaks of infectious diseases. It's a stark, devastating reality. Mainstream historical fact underscores this grim picture. Tuberculosis, commonly known as consumption, and various forms of fever like typhus were tragically rampant diseases in Victorian England, especially among the impoverished and in overcrowded conditions or institutions, primarily due to severely poor sanitation, inadequate nutrition, limited access to clean water, and little to no understanding of how diseases were spread or how to treat them effectively. These illnesses could decimate populations in terrifyingly short periods. As spring finally arrives, a season usually associated with renewal and health, the worst fears that had been silently growing in the cold air of Lowood are brutally realized. A typhus epidemic, swift and merciless, sweeps through the school like wildfire through dry brush. It is horrifying in its speed and its effect. Measures are attempted. The healthy are supposedly segregated from the sick, moved to a different wing or section, but the sheer number of cases quickly overwhelms the meager, already insufficient facilities available. Dormitories that once housed sleeping girls are swiftly converted into makeshift sick wards, filled with rows of straw mattresses holding suffering children. Girls lie burning with fever, their thin bodies shivering uncontrollably despite the internal heat, their minds delirious, trapped in fevered nightmares. You hear the constant racking coughs that tear through fragile chests, the low moans of suffering that drift from sickbeds at all hours of the day and night, the hurried, fearful footsteps of overworked nurses or other staff trying to attend to the multitude of ill girls, if you can even call them adequately trained nurses. The suffering is everywhere, a pervasive, visible, audible reality. Many girls die. Many girls succumb to the fever, their lives extinguished in the damp, cold reality of Lowood, far from any home or family that could have offered true comfort or better care. You, through sheer luck perhaps, or a spark of inherent youthful resilience, managed to escape the infection yourself, your body fighting off the pathogens that claim so many others. But you do not escape the constant presence of death. You live surrounded by it, walking among the dying, seeing the empty spaces left behind, understanding at a profound, raw level the fragility of life in this place. This devastating period of the typhus epidemic, ironically and strangely, brings about a temporary, unintended pause in the harsher, more rigid routines of Lowood life. Regular lessons are abandoned as teachers either fall ill themselves, or, in some cases, flee the school altogether in fear of contagion, understandably prioritizing their own survival over duty. The school falls into a state of subdued chaos, ruled by the overwhelming biological imperative of disease rather than the chiming bells of the usual schedule. For a while, the heavy, unyielding iron fist of Mr. Brocklehurst is absent, his petty tyranny replaced by the blind, far more potent tyranny of disease. It is during this terrifying yet strangely less conventionally oppressive time that you spend hours, many hours, with Helen Burns. Helen is also gravely ill, but her affliction is not typhus. She suffers from consumption, tuberculosis, a wasting illness that had been slowly consuming her for a long time. You find her, first in the relative quiet comfort of Miss Temple's room, set apart from the main sick wards, and later, as more space is needed, in a makeshift sick room area, lying peacefully despite her evident struggle for breath and increasing physical weakness. Even facing the certain knowledge of her impending death, her profound faith remains seemingly unshaken, her patience immense. her acceptance of her fate possessing a quiet dignity that continues to baffle and inspire you. Sitting with Helen during her final days is a profound, shaping experience, perhaps the most impactful of your entire time at Lowood. She is weak, physically fading, but her mind is clear, unclouded by fever, and she speaks with you candidly and calmly. She discusses her deeply held beliefs, offers comfort to you about her approaching death, reassuring you that she feels no fear, only peace at the prospect of leaving this world for a better one she utterly believes awaits her. You, who had spent your entire young life desperately craving affection and physical comfort at Gateshead, finding none, cling fiercely to this quiet, profound connection with Helen, a connection built not on duty or resentment, but on mutual understanding and genuine affection forged in shared hardship. When she finally passes away, sometime during the quiet hours of the night, with your arms wrapped gently around her, finding solace in your physical presence at the very end, it is your first real encounter with loss, deep, personal, and agonizingly real. Her quiet strength in the face of suffering, her gentle resignation, the clarity of her spirit even as her body failed, leaves an indelible mark on you, a complex legacy of her peaceful endurance, contrasting with your instinct for survival. You begin to understand, or at least grapple with, the idea that resilience isn't solely about fighting back against injustice and hardship, but also about finding internal peace, meaning, and spiritual strength even within immense suffering and in the face of mortality. It's a sobering, challenging thought, one that resonates deeply. How do you truly make sense of someone so inherently good, so gentle and full of quiet wisdom, enduring so much pain and dying so terribly young? Historically, figures in Victorian literature like Helen Burns, embodying extreme piety, unwavering faith, and a seemingly passive endurance of suffering, sparked various reactions among audiences and scholars. Were they seen as saintly ideals to be emulated, models of perfect Christian resignation? Or were they tragic figures, their lives sadly curtailed by restrictive societal norms, lack of medical care, and a philosophical framework that seemed to equate suffering with virtue? Lowood, for all its trauma and profound loss, becomes paradoxically a place where, amidst the struggle, you forge the very steel of your character, shaping your resilience and solidifying your internal principles. The epidemic finally burns itself out, having run its devastating course, but it leaves behind deep, raw scars on the institution and its remaining inhabitants. Too many empty beds, too many familiar faces gone. The sheer, undeniable number of deaths at Lowood doesn't go unnoticed by the wider world. News filters out about the catastrophic conditions that undeniably exacerbated the typhus outbreak at the school. Reports of the notoriously poor food, the insufficient heating against the bitter cold, the dangerous overcrowding. A public outcry begins to swell among concerned citizens, wealthy patrons, and perhaps the more ethical members of the clergy or local gentry associated with the school's oversight. Even Mr. Brocklehurst, with all his self-righteous authority and control, can't completely escape the damaging bad publicity this time, not when faced with the grim reality of so many young lives lost due to blatant, visible neglect disguised as austerity. Though you can imagine him attempting to spin it, portraying the mass deaths not as a consequence of managerial failure or basic lack of hygiene, but rather as a tragic trial sent by God to test the girl's faith and willingness to suffer, a testament to his warped worldview. However, public shame is a surprisingly powerful motivator, even for institutions cloaked in piety, and perhaps some of the school's benefactors and new overseers start asking some truly inconvenient questions about how their charitable funds are asterisk. Really? asterisk being spent, if not on providing basic health and safety for the children. As a direct result of this scrutiny, this unwelcome public glare prompted by the tragedy, conditions at Lowood School do, grudgingly and slowly, begin to improve. More adequate funding is reluctantly allocated to the school. Healthier, slightly more palatable food options appear on the menu sometimes, perhaps less watery porridge, or maybe a thin slice of bread occasionally, replacing the constant gruel. Measurable steps are taken to improve sanitation, hygiene practices, and crucially, to provide some form of proper heating in the buildings, particularly in the dormitories. While Lowood certainly never transforms into a luxurious spa, nor sheds its fundamental identity as a strictly disciplined institution for the poor, the most blatant injustices born of extreme parsimony lessen slightly under the watchful eyes of newly appointed, more reasonable and responsible trustees who are brought in to oversee the school's management and curb Brocklehurst's excesses. Mr. Brocklehurst himself remains a part of Lowood, his position too entrenched perhaps, but his absolute unchecked power is somewhat curbed. He is still a tyrannical presence, still a source of discomfort and rigid doctrine, but he is kept on a slightly tighter leash, forced now, occasionally, to contend with something resembling accountability. It appears even a small dose of external scrutiny and accountability goes a long way in checking unchecked power. You end up spending a considerable amount of time at Lowood, a significant portion of your young life. 8 years in total. Just stop and think about that duration for a moment. From the small, scrawny, terrified child who arrived, still marked by the injustices of Gateshead and the terror of the Red Room, to a young woman on the very cusp of adulthood, her character shaped and solidified by the unique crucible of institutional life. After the immediate post-epidemic chaos subsides, a new, more humane, if still decidedly stern order is established under the better management. This relative peace and stability, this lack of immediate existential crisis, finally allows you the space to focus on your studies with renewed intensity. You continue to excel academically, finding solace, intellectual challenge, and a quiet sense of accomplishment in your lessons. Under the gentler, more truly educational guidance of Miss Temple, who tragically leaves the school a few years later to marry, creating another void in your life, though one you are now slightly more emotionally equipped to handle. You further your education significantly beyond the basic curriculum required of the average charity school girl. You don't just learn reading, writing, and basic arithmetic. You immerse yourself in history, geography, the rudiments of art and music, reading widely from the school's limited but growing library, seizing every opportunity for knowledge. You develop a quiet proficiency, an intellectual depth that goes far beyond the minimum standard expected, becoming truly accomplished. Learning becomes not merely an escape from physical discomfort and the grinding routine, but a vital source of internal strength, intellectual independence, and personal satisfaction. You are quietly, meticulously polishing your mind in this otherwise dull, confining, emotionally sterile environment. It feels at times a little like discovering a perfectly functioning, almost artisanal coffee machine hidden away in the dusty supply closet of a vast, gray, soul-crushing corporate office block, an unexpected source of richness and stimulation in a bleak place. As the years pass, reaching your late teens and early 20s, you transition, naturally it seems, from pupil to teacher. This feels like a logical progression. You have mastered the subjects taught at Lowood and possess a quiet authority, a patient endurance honed by years of being on the receiving end of rules yourself, which makes you effective in the classroom. For 2 full years, you teach the younger girls, guiding them patiently through the same basic lessons, the same scriptural passages, the same sums you once struggled with while shivering by a weak fire. You share what you know, attempting perhaps to inject a little of Miss Temple's unique kindness, understanding, and genuine concern into your own teaching interactions, offering them the small moments of grace you wished you'd received. Life settles into a routine that is stable, predictable even by the standards of your life so far, bordering on comfortable. You have a defined schedule, a purpose, a leaky roof over your head, and enough food, finally, not to constantly ache with hunger. Compared to the emotional brutality and physical deprivations of Gateshead, compared to the terrifying, death-ridden dark days of the epidemic, this predictable, stable existence at Lowood feels almost remarkably comfortable. You have survived. You have adapted. You have found a place for yourself, not a glamorous or even warm place, but a secure foothold. You have become self-sufficient intellectually and personally capable, standing on your own 2 feet within the institution's framework. You have, in a sense, climbed out of the deep, dark pit of destitution and total dependence and established a solid, if unexciting, position on steady ground. Yet, as is often the case with stability, the predictable calm can also, over time, begin to feel alarmingly like stagnation. As you stand in front of the same classroom, repeating the same arithmetic problems, reciting the same scripture verses year after year, a quiet, persistent disquiet, a restless yearning, begins to stir and grow within you. You are 20 years old now, an adult, and the world, that vast, complex, vibrant unknown that you have only read about in books, feels immeasurably large, stretching out tantalizingly beyond the damp, misty valleys that confine Lowood. You have been enclosed within these institutional walls, defined by its rules and rhythms, for over a decade, a full half of your life, and a powerful, undeniable longing for something more, something different, something *else*, begins to grow into a force that can no longer be ignored or contained. You see the endless repetition of the routine stretching out before you, the same classes, the same sparse meals, the same cycle of faces, new crops of shivering students arriving each year, others leaving for service or, sadly, still occasionally passing on. It feels increasingly as though your entire life is being played out, constricted and limited, within a small, locked, unchanging box. You crave variety, intellectual stimulation that pushes beyond the basics, a challenge that asks something new of you. You yearn for broader horizons, both physical and metaphorical. You've consumed books, devoured knowledge about the wider world, learned about different places, different people, different ways of living, and the intense desire to experience it, to live it for yourself, becomes a physical ache. You desire independence, yes, not just freedom from Lowood, but freedom to move, to choose, to act on your own volition. But more than that, perhaps even encompassing it, you desire life itself, vibrant, unpredictable, messy life, whatever form it takes, in stark contrast to the muted, predictable existence you currently lead. You yearn for new sensations, new perspectives, a chance to truly exercise your developing abilities, to test your capabilities, to explore your full potential outside of Lowood's strictly limited, confined sphere. You feel like a little bird who has spent years strengthening her wings in a confined aviary, who is finally strong enough for sustained flight, but discovers the aviary door is still firmly, maddeningly locked. You find yourself pacing the confines of your small, simple room, staring out the window towards the distant, unyielding line of the horizon more often than you care to admit, a deep sigh escaping your lips almost unconsciously. The gentle, persistent rain, a constant feature of the Lowood landscape. which once perhaps mirrored the quiet sadness of your spirit, now just feels relentlessly, boringly wet, and intensely tedious. You need a change of scenery, a fundamental shift. A dramatic, potentially life-altering change feels not just desired, but necessary for survival of the spirit. One evening, as you're looking through a newspaper, perhaps a luxury item left carelessly behind by a visiting trustee or a more privileged teacher. Newspapers weren't standard-issue reading material at Lowood. Their very presence serves as a reminder of how connected or disconnected people were in that era, based on their class and access. Something catches your eye. Historically, for someone in your position, accessing information and job opportunities via newspapers required either a rare subscription, finding a reading room that carried papers, or getting lucky with a discarded copy, highlighting the isolation of your world. A specific quirky historical tidbit illustrates the social context of this world. Many advertisements placed in newspapers during this period seeking governesses weren't just vague requests. They often mentioned specific, detailed requirements alongside academic qualifications, required religious affiliation, desired age ranges, previous experience, and sometimes surprisingly detailed expectations regarding practical skills like needlework, alongside the expectation of teaching academic subjects. Your eyes scan the columns. And there it is. Amidst the announcements, social news, and myriad advertisements, you see one for a governess position. It draws your gaze instantly. The advertisement is for a family, offering accommodation, and located at a place with a name that sounds intriguing, solid, and completely unknown to you. Thornfield Hall. The published details are sparse. A requirement for someone to teach English and French to a young ward, promising room and board. But it represents something far more significant than a job opening. It represents an opening, a fissure, a crack in the solid, unyielding walls of your predictable Lowood existence. It offers a tangible chance, perhaps your only real chance, given your background, to leave, to travel somewhere new, to be elsewhere. The very idea of responding to it, of applying for it, sends a thrilling jolt mixed with a potent dose of trepidation through you. It feels audacious, perhaps foolish, but undeniably right. You make the bold, perhaps uncharacteristic decision to take the plunge, to actively seek this change. It requires deliberate, assertive action, a departure from the passive endurance and controlled existence you've known. You manage, quietly and discreetly, to compose your own advertisement seeking a new position, framed modestly, emphasizing your qualifications and experience. You find a way, using your own small savings, to have it placed in the newspaper. It feels incredibly illicit, a secret act of quiet defiance against the passive expectation that you would simply remain at Lowood forever, fulfilling your prescribed role until you perhaps retired into quiet anonymity. Days turn into weeks, and you wait anxiously, the secret desire churning within you. The boldness of your action weighs on you. You almost regret setting this uncertain chain of events in motion, the fear of remaining unnoticed and trapped vying with the fear of the unknown. And then, finally, cutting through the monotonous routine of Lowood life like a sharp breath of fresh air, a single letter arrives addressed specifically to you. It is a reply to your carefully worded advertisement, written on paper of visibly good quality, hinting at the sender's means. It is a formal invitation requesting that you apply for the governess position at Thornfield Hall. It doesn't promise wonders, but it feels instantly like a lifeline thrown to someone drowning in the predictable gray sea of institutional life. Securing the necessary permission to leave Lowood, even after 8 long years of diligent service, academic excellence, and later, loyal teaching, is not a simple, automatic process. You have to approach the school's authorities, explaining your desire for a change. You likely frame it carefully, emphasizing your need for wider experience, perhaps even a change of air or health benefit, given the reputation of the valley location, rather than openly admitting the deep-seated boredom and desperate craving for freedom and new horizons that is truly motivating you. There are necessary formalities to handle, likely references to be provided, presumably written sympathetically by former staff who valued you, like the kind Miss Temple before she left, or perhaps one of the less severe matrons, and practical preparations to make for the journey itself, sorting out your few remaining belongings, arranging for conveyance to the nearest town with a coach route. Despite the bureaucratic hurdles and the inherent discomfort of asking permission to leave a place that has, for better or worse, been your only adult home, you are resolute. This is your chance, perhaps the only real, self-created chance you will get, to break free from the limitations of Lowood and carve a different path for yourself. You formally resign from your teaching post. You pack your small, meager collection of possessions which have not, understandably, grown much over the years despite your academic wealth. You make arrangements for your departure by coach, a journey that will take you away from the familiar gray, confined landscape of Lowood and out into new, unknown territory, heading towards a place you know absolutely nothing about, beyond its intriguing name and the basic promise of employment. The appointed day of departure finally arrives. You say your quiet goodbyes, perhaps to some of the younger girls you taught, or a few of the surviving staff members with whom you've shared a quiet bond forged in hardship. There is a lingering sense of sorrow, a small pang for the enclosed, difficult world you are leaving, where, despite the suffering, friendships were made. Shared endurance created its own form of connection. But this sadness is overwhelmingly overshadowed by a powerful sense of exhilaration, trepidation, and intense anticipation for the unknown journey that lies ahead, and the new life you are embarking upon.
You are going to Thornfield Hall. You step into the coach, watching Lowood recede behind you, with absolutely no idea what awaits you within its walls. Will it be better than Lowood? Will it somehow be worse? All you know with utter certainty is that it is different. And right now, different feels like everything. The journey itself takes several hours, perhaps even a full day or more, depending on the distance and coach routes, carrying you further and further into the heart of the country, through landscapes and past sights you've only ever seen depicted, perhaps fancifully, in the books you devoured in your limited free time. The sense of anticipation builds with every mile, becoming almost unbearable. You finally arrive in the vicinity of Thornfield Hall as darkness begins to gather around you, the light fading from the sky, ushering in a new, shadowy chapter. You step down from the dusty coach in the middle of what feels distinctly like nowhere, the coach lumbering off down the lane, leaving you quite alone. Dusk is already wrapping itself like a thin, cold shroud around the bare branches of trees and settling over the silent, unseen landscape. It is a stark, almost immediate contrast to the tightly confined, perpetually misty valley where Lowood was situated. The driver, or perhaps someone who met the coach, tells you Thornfield Hall is nearby, just a short distance up the drive. You orient yourself, shouldering your small trunk, heavier than it looks perhaps, filled with not just clothes, but the weight of your past and future, and begin to make your way on foot, feeling the crunch of gravel or packed earth under your worn boots with each step. The path quickly leads you away from the public lane, and through what feels like extensive woods or parkland, the trees standing dark and silent, rustling faintly in the gathering twilight, like quiet whispers of welcome
or warning. Ahead, lights begin to appear twinkling through the trees, small beacons in the deepening gloom. As you draw nearer, the full outline of a large, imposing house gradually emerges against the fading sky. Thornfield Hall. It stands solid, silhouetted against the last of the light, looking old, perhaps a little forbidding in its size and darkness, promising privacy and seclusion. As you get closer, you see it is a sprawling, complex structure, with many wings, chimneys, and varied roof lines hinting at generations of history, additions, and perhaps forgotten corners. It looks like it probably contains enough unused rooms within its substantial walls to house a small village comfortably, or host an absolutely epic house-wide game of hide-and-seek that could last for days. You reach the front of the house, finding a large, heavy door, and you lift your hand to ring the bell, a quiet, hesitant sound cutting through the twilight stillness. After a moment, footsteps are heard within, and the door opens slowly, spilling warmth and light into the chilly autumn air outside. It is a welcome sensory change after your cold journey. You step inside, leaving the dusk and damp behind. The entrance hall within Thornfield Hall is spacious, indeed grand, its high ceiling and silent air echoing with the quiet presence of old wealth and inherited position. You are greeted by a polite, pleasant-looking older woman, her face kind, her voice soft. This is Mrs. Fairfax, the housekeeper. Immediately, her presence feels comforting, amiable, a blessed relief after your years spent surrounded by the stern, often severe figures of authority at Gateshead and Lowood. You had braced yourself, almost expected to encounter another Mr. Brocklehurst type, perhaps less overtly damning in his pronouncements and more preoccupied with dusting standards, but instead you find Mrs. Fairfax, who offers genuine welcome. It's a wonderfully pleasant, unexpected surprise. She leads you further inside, offering tea, offering a place near a warm fire, treating you not merely like an arriving employee, but like a valued guest. While you are technically hired staff, your social status vastly below hers, she doesn't make you feel it, offering a quiet dignity in her welcome. She gently explains the household setup and outlines your primary role within it. You are here to be governess to Mademoiselle Adele Varens, a young French girl, a ward placed under the care of Mr. Rochester, who is the master of the house, though frequently absent. Mrs. Fairfax speaks of Mr. Rochester with a mixture of obvious respect for his position and authority, but also a slight, almost imperceptible nervousness, hinting that he is often away traveling for long periods and can be rather challenging or moody when he is present. Mysterious, huh? The enigmatic, sometimes absent master of the grand house. It fits the trope perfectly. You find yourself suppressing a slight, perhaps unconscious, yawn at the predictability of that detail. A quiet reaction perhaps to the anticipation of encountering a new, potentially difficult authority figure after so many years of navigating them. You meet Adele the next day. She is a lively, bright-eyed chatterbox of a child, all quick movements and seemingly endless curls of hair bouncing around her face. She is French, and her English, though improving, is charmingly broken, full of unexpected idioms, unique sentence structures, and a certain unmistakable Parisian flair inherited, you will learn from her background and perhaps her mother. You discover that Adele was brought to England and placed under Mr. Rochester's guardianship, apparently to take care of her after her mother, who was involved with Rochester years ago, died or became otherwise unable to care for her. She is initially a little shy when she meets you, observing you with curiosity, but she quickly warms to your presence, sensing perhaps your quiet patience, your lack of overwhelming demands, or simply enjoying the novelty of a new face and someone dedicated entirely to her lessons and attention. Your days quickly become full, occupied with the routine of teaching Adele. You teach her English, patiently correcting her grammar and vocabulary, as well as basic arithmetic, drawing skills, reading, and all the other subjects considered essential to the education of a young lady of means in the mid-19th century. She is not the most naturally disciplined or focused student, quite easily distracted by flights of fancy or recounting lengthy, dramatic anecdotes from her childhood in France, prone to charming little theatrical moments. But she is fundamentally a sweet-natured child, and responds well to kindness, consistency, and patience, which you provide in abundance. Life at Thornfield Hall, after the initial introductions and settling period, settles into a comfortable, perhaps somewhat isolated rhythm. You've been assigned your own sitting room upstairs, simple but private, and compared to the communal, drafty dormitories of Lowood, utterly comfortable. A vast, luxurious improvement offering blessed solitude and space. You have sufficient, even plentiful food. A quiet marvel after Lowood's meager meals. Consistent warmth from the fireplaces, and the remarkable, almost forgotten luxury of free time. Moments where your schedule is not strictly governed. Time to read the numerous books in the hall's library. To think. To simply be, when you are not actively teaching Adele or keeping her company. Mrs. Fairfax proves to be excellent company herself, kind, discreet, always ready for a gentle chat by the fire in the evenings, or a turn about the grounds on fine days, quietly keeping you informed of the quiet routines and simple life within the large house. She frequently refers to Thornfield Hall as a pleasant, if somewhat vast, residence, presenting an air of settled normalcy and suggesting it holds no particular secrets. However, despite her reassuring presence and the outward calm, you sometimes feel a quiet melancholy pervading its ancient stone walls, a faint, unsettling presence or atmosphere that you can't quite name or shake off. It is subtle, but persistent, like the sensation of feeling a cold draft in a room, even though all the windows appear firmly closed. Something feels there, but you cannot see it, identify it, or logically explain it away. Weeks turn into a month, then two, and still Mr. Rochester remains absent from Thornfield Hall. You hear news of him occasionally through Mrs. Fairfax. He is traveling extensively, sometimes for business, sometimes for pleasure, currently in London perhaps, then off abroad, perhaps stopping off in Spain or some other exotic-sounding location that makes your quiet domestic life within the hall seem even more provincial and contained by comparison. His prolonged absence isn't presented as unusual. According to Mrs. Fairfax, he travels a lot, restlessly, perpetually occupied with affairs and properties spread across continents, pursuits you neither understand nor at this distance particularly dwell upon. You settle deeper into this tranquil, somewhat lonely existence, finding a degree of comfort and security within Thornfield's solid walls, so much so that you almost begin to forget that its master exists, or at least that he is a tangible part of your daily reality. His portrait hangs on a wall, an impersonal representation, but the man himself is just a name, a distant concept, and then, suddenly and unexpectedly, you meet him. It is a raw, cold, blustery day in January, the depths of winter. You had ventured out for a solitary walk along a lonely lane, several miles distant from the formal grounds of Thornfield, needing some fresh air and the break from Adele's demanding lessons and the quiet confines of the hall, a need for physical movement and solitude asserting itself. As you walk along the slippery, half-frozen track, the ground hard and uneven underfoot, You hear the distinct rhythmic clatter of hooves approaching at a relatively fast pace from behind you. A rider and horse suddenly appear around a bend on the icy track, moving quickly through the stark landscape. As they draw near, the horse, perhaps encountering an icy patch or a particularly treacherous piece of ground, stumbles awkwardly, its powerful legs giving way for a moment. The sudden movement pitches its rider violently onto the frozen ground with a heavy, jarring sound. He lands hard. His ankle, from his immediate reaction and the way he collapses back onto the ground after trying to rise, seems to be injured, possibly badly sprained or even broken. You are the only other person on this remote lane, the sole witness to this sudden, undignified accident. Despite your initial shock, your inherent timidity at encountering a gentleman, clearly an upper-class figure given his horse and clothing, alone and in distress in such an isolated spot, and the awkwardness of the situation, your instinct to help takes over immediately. You overcome your social reserve. He is a powerfully built, dark-clad figure, sprawling awkwardly on the frozen ground next to a large, dark horse that is itself trying to regain its composure, snorting and shifting. The man on the ground seems gruff, clearly in pain, impatient with the situation, and perhaps even more so with being witnessed in this vulnerable state. Yet there is something strangely compelling about his presence, even prone. You note his broad chest, his grim mouth set against the pain, the overall impression of latent strength, even in his fallen position. You offer what assistance you can, speaking quietly, respectfully, approaching cautiously but with determination. You help him get back onto his feet, wincing himself as he puts weight on his injured ankle. You offer him your arm for support as he leans heavily on you, steadying himself. He questions you sharply, abruptly, his voice rough with pain and perhaps irritation at his predicament and your unsolicited help. He asks where you come from, what you, a solitary young woman, are doing alone in the middle of this remote lane, seemingly miles from anywhere. You answer simply, straightforwardly, stating the plain truth. You are the governess from Thornfield Hall. The name of the hall, mentioning your connection to that specific residence, sparks something in him. You notice a subtle change in his expression, a sudden sharp shift in his tone, a certain wary recognition entering his eyes. He is still dismissive, perhaps a little arrogant in his acceptance of your aid, reluctant to rely on a mere slip of a girl like yourself. He refuses much more help beyond leaning on your shoulder to steady his weight and support his injured ankle. He is abrupt when accepting assistance with his restive horse. Crucially, he explicitly orders you, with a stern look that dares you to disobey, not to mention this unexpected roadside meeting to anyone upon your return to Thornfield Hall. It's a strange, almost secretive demand from someone you presume is merely a stranger. As you slowly assist him, walking him cautiously back in the direction of the hall, leading his recovered horse by the bridle with your free hand, you feel a strange, palpable intensity radiating from him, even in his weakened state. He is clearly a man accustomed to being in control, to giving orders, fundamentally uncomfortable with the position of relying on someone, especially on someone in such an ostensibly inferior social position as a governess, a slip of a girl, who probably only comes up to his shoulder. You part ways when you get closer to the hall's park gate, as a groom emerges from the estate grounds to tend to the horse and help its master the rest of the way. He disappears towards the main house, still moving with a visible limp, still emanating that aura of gruff, challenging mystery. You walk back toward the hall alone, your heart thrumming a little faster than usual, filled with quiet curiosity, wondering intently who on earth that might have been, this imposing, wounded, mysterious man you literally stumbled upon out on a cold, remote lane. perhaps a wealthy traveler passing through. When you return to Thornfield Hall, you cannot resist, despite his direct command, recounting the strange, unexpected incident to Mrs. Fairfax later that evening. It felt too significant, too unusual not to share. And Mrs. Fairfax, you felt, represented the trusted, comforting ear of the household. You described the encounter, the unexpected sight of the rider, the horse's fall, assisting the injured gentleman, his gruff questions, his peculiar command not to speak of the meeting. You described the man's appearance, the horse he rode, the exact location on the remote lane. Mrs. Fairfax listens intently, her hands, perhaps occupied with some sewing, stilling in her lap as you speak. A look of quiet comprehension slowly dawns on her kind face as your description unfolds. And then, with a quiet confirmation that somehow manages to be both surprising and, upon reflection, perfectly logical, she tells you the truth. The rider you encountered, the gentleman you helped to his feet on the frozen lane, was Mr. Rochester, the master of Thornfield Hall. Oh, well. Isn't that asterisk just about the most awkwardly unconventional first meeting one could possibly imagine with one's own employer? You, Jane Eyre, the plain, unassuming governess, physically assisting the powerful, imposing master of the house, helping him back onto his horse, perhaps even getting mud or snow on your own thin cloak in the process, all while having absolutely no idea whatsoever who he was, treating him simply as a stranger in need of help. And you likely appeared in his eyes terribly provincial, slightly muddy perhaps, and perhaps even slightly impertinent, simply by having been there and having offered help without first cowering or properly identifying yourself with the correct deference expected. But the reveal also instantly explains his peculiar mannerisms during the encounter. The sudden change in his tone, the wariness, the almost possessive way he reacted when you simply mentioned the name of Thornfield Hall, already knowing he had an unrevealed connection to it. Your mysterious man of the remote moorland, the enigmatic figure of the icy track, is the absolute master of the very house where you currently reside and find your employment. This reveal, this confirmation of his identity, instantly shifts everything within the seemingly stable, quiet world you had built for yourself within Thornfield's walls. Your previously tranquil, predictable existence, buffered by the gentle rhythms of Mrs. Fairfax's housekeeping and Adele's lessons, now has a central, powerful, and utterly unpredictable figure looming over it. The true master now physically present and real. Historically, in the social hierarchy of Victorian England, employers, particularly those who owned vast estates like Thornfield Hall, occupied a vastly, almost insurmountably different social stratum from their employees. Even those in relatively educated positions like governesses or companions. A governess occupied a tricky, often isolating position in society. She was usually too educated and refined in sensibility to be truly part of the servant class, sharing meals and quarters often separately. Yet she was most certainly not considered family or an equal by the upper-class family she served. Proper interaction between an employer and an employee, especially the master of the house and a young single governess, was rigidly dictated by strict social etiquette involving clearly defined boundaries, deference, and formality. Your initial meeting with Mr. Rochester, finding him sprawled in the mud, helping him physically, speaking with him directly before you even knew his status, hilariously, fundamentally bypassed this entire complex web of social stricture and proper decorum. It was definitively not the standard Victorian practice for a governess to quite literally stumble upon her powerful boss, incapacitated on a freezing public road, offering a moment of genuine human interaction divorced from their defined social roles. One might say it was from a social history perspective, rather disruptive. One quirky tidbit about the employment system of the time. Securing positions, particularly specialized ones like governesses, often relied heavily on formal references, established social networks, and carefully built reputations, making your rather daring method of placing an advertisement yourself a necessity born of lacking such connections, but a somewhat unconventional approach regardless. From that point onward, even before Mr. Rochester physically returns to Thornfield, his presence permeates the house. Mrs. Fairfax, with quiet efficiency, makes preparations for the master's arrival. The routine of the household's subtle changes, anticipating his return. When he does finally arrive a few days later, likely recovering somewhat from his injured ankle, his presence is felt immediately, filling the house with his energy, his expectations, his distinctive moods. He doesn't make an immediate appearance downstairs or among the household for several days, presumably confined to his rooms recovering from his injury. But you feel his presence, a change in the atmosphere, a certain crackling energy above. He finally requests to see you and Adele. You feel a distinct sense of nervousness mixed with anticipation, but you resolve to meet him with the same straightforward composure you displayed on the road. You walk into the drawing room, Adele by your side, presenting her to the master of the house for his observation and assessment. He acknowledges Adele, observing her keenly, asking a few questions about her progress, noting her charming French vivacity. But his attention quickly, perceptibly shifts, and his intense eyes settle on you. You feel the full, penetrating force of his gaze, assessing, evaluating, scrutinizing, as though he is trying to piece together the determined young woman who assisted him on the icy road with the unassuming governess standing before him now, dressed in the sober clothing of her station. He begins to question you, and his questioning is far from the standard queries about qualifications or teaching methods, which he already possesses. He probes deeper, asking searching questions about your character, your opinions on various subjects, your background, your very being. It isn't a typical employer interview. It feels more like a penetrating cross-examination mixed with a profound testing curiosity. He seems determined to uncover what lies beneath your quiet exterior. He is not handsome by conventional standards of the time or frankly by yours. His features are rugged, almost harsh, strongly delineated, marked by time and perhaps experiences unknown to you. But his eyes possess a sharp, restless intelligence, a depth that seems to see through appearances, and his entire expression is profoundly unsettled, bordering on turbulent, suggesting inner complexities and perhaps conflict. He is older than you might have expected, perhaps in his late 30s, looking perhaps a little weather-beaten by the world or his extensive travels, giving him an air of worldly experience that contrasts sharply with your cloistered past. He seems initially unimpressed by Adele's more superficial accomplishments, her memorized recitations or dainty drawings, but he becomes increasingly, visibly interested in you, the quiet, plain-faced woman standing before him, who possesses a remarkable composure, who is not afraid to meet his challenging gaze directly, and who answers his sharp questions plainly and honestly, without simpering or attempting to flatter. He clearly finds you unusual. You do not conform to the expected types, the deferential, perhaps intimidated servants, or the affected conventional women of society he seems to encounter elsewhere. And in that initial intense meeting in the drawing room, something is clearly stirred within him by your presence, a complex mixture of curiosity, a challenge to his assumptions, and perhaps something you can't quite yet name or understand. A recognition of a kindred spirit, perhaps, masked by his brusque exterior. Your meeting with Mr. Rochester, that unconventional introduction followed by this probing conversation, undeniably sets a new, complex tone for life at Thornfield Hall. He doesn't immediately fit neatly into your previously quiet, predictable existence like another piece of amiable furniture, or even the comforting presence of Mrs. Fairfax and the lively, excitable Adele. His presence within the house is volatile, unpredictable, changing the very atmosphere. He is often moody, sometimes sinking into prolonged fits of melancholic silence, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. At other times he will engage in sharp, probing conversation, intellectually fencing with you in a way that forces you to think quickly, articulate your thoughts clearly, and speak your mind plainly. He challenges your ideas, questions your assumptions about the world, tests your nerve, your principles, your understanding. Yet crucially, he never seems to be deliberately cruel in the cold, baseless, dehumanizing way the Reeds, or even Mr. Brocklehurst were. It feels different. It's like fencing with someone who uses words as swords, quick and sharp. But you sense that he expects you to parry his thrusts, to engage in the intellectual duel, rather than simply crumbling under the pressure. He clearly finds your straightforward nature, your quiet lack of conventional feminine artifice, your innate honesty and deep core of character, to be unusual, and perhaps deeply intriguing after a life spent dealing with affectation and surface-level interactions. He sometimes requests your company in the evenings after Adele has gone to bed. He will summon you to his sitting room or library, demanding your presence, embarking on long, wide-ranging discussions. He asks with a penetrating intensity about your life, not just the factual details he knows, but what it was *like* to live at Lowood, what you thought, what you felt. These conversations are unlike any you have ever had before, often uncomfortable in their directness and probing nature, but undeniably stimulating, opening up parts of yourself you had kept hidden. You find yourself, perhaps astonishingly given your reserve and past experiences, looking forward to these talks, even though they often leave you feeling mentally drained and emotionally exposed after he departs. It is a stark, welcome contrast to your quiet, predictable, intellectually isolated existence before his arrival shattered the routine. Life at Thornfield suddenly has unexpected peaks and valleys, unpredictable turns, moments of intense connection alternating with periods of his withdrawal or preoccupation. But even as you begin to navigate the complicated landscape of Mr. Rochester's personality, and as a tentative bond begins to form, you also become increasingly, undeniably aware that Thornfield Hall itself holds its own secrets, secrets that seem particularly centered around the upper floors of the house, specifically the rarely seen, often mentioned third story, and the attic rooms above. You start hearing things, sounds that you cannot logically explain away with the usual excuses of an old house settling or the wind whistling. Initially it's faint, a sound of laughter echoing down the vast stairwell or along the quiet corridors from the floor above yours. It's not cheerful, innocent laughter, but a strange chilling sound, sometimes a high-pitched cackling, sometimes a low, guttural giggle, unsettling and profoundly discordant in the silent house. The first time you hear it clearly, it's late at night, when the house is otherwise completely still. A weird, unnatural sound of amusement followed by an immediate, unsettling silence that makes the hairs on your arms prickle. You mention the sound cautiously, perhaps attributing it to imagination or unfamiliarity, to Mrs. Fairfax the next morning. She gives a slight, almost imperceptible start, a brief flicker of something, perhaps recognition, perhaps anxiety in her eyes, but quickly dismisses the sound with a gentle hand wave, blaming it casually on one of the servants perhaps, or claiming it was merely the wind playing tricks in the chimneys or old pipes acting up. Her explanation is too quick, too dismissive to be entirely convincing. However, these odd occurrences persist, gradually escalating beyond just weird, unexplained noises overheard. They begin to hint at something far more disturbing, more tangible, lurking just out of sight. One particularly unsettling night, a more dramatic event takes place, confirming your unease. You're woken from a deep sleep by distinct, strange noises coming from somewhere nearby, very close to your own room on the second floor. You hear muffled struggles, heavy sounds of movement, a groaning cry that is quickly stifled, and then, cutting through the silence of the night, the distinct, unnerving sound of that same wild, almost animalistic laughter you've heard before, louder and closer this time, filled with a manic, frightening energy. You leap out of bed, instantly and genuinely frightened. It sounds unequivocally like someone is in serious distress, perhaps in danger or being violently subdued. The sounds seem to be coming from the direction of Mr. Rochester's rooms. As you cautiously venture out into the corridor, propelled by a mix of fear and concern, the disturbing noises seeming to guide you, a faint, acrid smell of smoke begins to permeate the air, growing stronger as you approach his suite. When you reach the area outside his door, your fears are confirmed. Thick smoke is billowing from under the door and around the frame. Inside, you can make out distorted sounds, indicating chaos. You burst into the room, reacting instinctively to the obvious danger. Mr. Rochester's heavy curtains around his bed are ablaze, the fire quickly spreading. He appears to be unconscious, or at least sleeping with an unnerving, heavy soundness through the smoke and noise. In a rush of pure instinct and adrenaline, without a moment's hesitation, you grab a pitcher of water from the washstand located in his room. Victorian bedrooms lacking modern plumbing typically had basins and pitchers of water for washing. You begin frantically throwing the contents of the pitcher onto the growing flames, yelling repeatedly to try and wake him from his deep, strange sleep amidst the inferno. It's a chaotic, terrifying scene. Fire licking at the drapes, thick, suffocating smoke filling the room, and the persistent, unsettling echoes of that awful sound still ringing in your ears, seeming somehow connected to the unfolding disaster. Your actions, fueled by desperation, manage to contain the fire, putting out the immediate flames before they can fully engulf the room or cause serious harm. Your efforts also finally manage to rouse Mr. Rochester, shaking him from his heavy sleep. He is startled, disoriented by the smoke and the sight of the damaged room, but physically unharmed, except perhaps for slightly singed eyebrows, a detail he might make light of later. He is instantly alert and immediately wants to know what on earth happened. You tell him breathlessly about the strange noises that woke you, the struggle, the cries, the distinct, awful laughter, and how they led you to discover the fire. He thanks you profusely, his gratitude seemingly genuine, acknowledging that he slept unnervingly soundly through it all. But who started the fire? It is immediately clear, with the discovery of the ripped curtains and the origin of the sounds, that this wasn't an accidental fire caused by a dropped candle or sparks from the hearth. It was clearly started deliberately. You instantly suspect it has something to do with the strange sounds you heard coming from upstairs just before the fire. The sounds of struggle and that awful, distinct, terrifying laughter that accompanied them. But when you directly ask Mr. Rochester, or later try to probe gently with Mrs. Fairfax, about the noises or the clear signs of deliberate action, their answers are strangely evasive, guarded, even rehearsed. They downplay the incident significantly, attributing it vaguely to some form of domestic accident, or perhaps even suggesting it was the result of sleepwalking on someone's part, desperately trying to push it into the realm of mundane domestic inconvenience, despite the chilling evidence of malicious, conscious intent behind the act. Crucially, they explicitly, and rather forcefully, tell you not to mention the laughter you heard, trying to erase your sensory evidence. This desperate, unified attempt at a cover-up is almost as unsettling and confusing as the event itself. Why are they so determined to hide what really happened? Who was struggling? And whose was that terrible, chilling laugh? The name that you keep hearing mentioned, vaguely associated with the occurrences in the upper floors, is Grace Poole. Grace Poole is described as a stout, silent, rather impassive woman who seems to spend the disproportionate amount of her time on the third floor, performing various unclear duties. Mrs. Fairfax refers to her as if she is somehow responsible for keeping order or taking care of things up there. Yet Grace Poole's own demeanor is often odd. Sometimes she seems perfectly ordinary, going about her work, but at other times she appears strangely blank-faced, watchful, or possesses an unsettling calmness in the face of bizarre events that suggests either deep denial or profound familiarity. The explanations offered regarding her role on the third floor are always frustratingly vague, revolving around her simply taking care of something or someone upstairs. But the escalating nature of the events suggests less a gentle act of taking care and more a precarious act of barely containing a dangerous, volatile force. You see Grace Poole at other times downstairs, engaged in seemingly normal servant duties, but there is always something just slightly off, a disconnection, an underlying tension about her. You also find it deeply puzzling that someone who appears outwardly so mundane could be associated, even loosely through implication, with such dramatic, violent, and profoundly disturbing events, yet everyone insists, when pressed, that it must have something to do with her. Another incident soon occurs, or is revealed later, that further underscores the underlying strangeness and danger simmering beneath Thornfield's placid surface. Guests arrive at Thornfield, members of Mr. Rochester's social circle, high society folks dressed in fashionable clothes, affecting cultivated manners and attitudes of superiority. Amidst this company is a beautiful aristocratic woman named Blanche Ingram, clearly presented as a potential and highly suitable match for Mr. Rochester in the eyes of society. He, perhaps for reasons connected to his secrets or perhaps testing you, seems to enjoy deliberately teasing you during this time, observing your reactions from a distance, and appears to flirt rather overtly and extensively with Blanche while you are present, positioning himself with her in the drawing room or walking with her prominently on the grounds. During the preparations for this company's arrival, or perhaps at some point during their visit amidst the social flutter, another peculiar, revealing event occurs, often linked to a significant object symbolizing future hopes. For example, one version of such events has you discover Adele's beautiful, intricately designed, lace-trimmed wedding veil, originally intended merely as a prop for a dress-up game in your room, an item entirely separate from yourself, but symbolic of marriage itself, somehow taken and found, ripped and torn to shreds. The apparent explanation is offered. Adele herself did it in a tantrum, but the viciousness, the deliberate violence of the damage to the fragile lace feels far more significant, like something more deliberate, something driven by powerful, destructive emotion, perhaps mirroring a violent act or feeling directed against the very concept of marriage or union itself. This act of unsettling, pointless destruction again feels undeniably connected to the mysteries of the upper floor, another strange, tangible piece of bizarre evidence, hinting at someone or something concealed above stairs capable of inflicting damage, whether physically or symbolically. Despite Mrs. Fairfax's well-meaning, persistent attempts to maintain a facade of normalcy, always ready with a simple, deflecting explanation, "Oh, that was just a cat," or "Must have been the old pipes acting up, making those noises," you begin, inevitably, to connect the disturbing dots. The eerie laughter, the muffled cries and sounds of struggle, the fire deliberately set, the senseless destruction of objects. It all undeniably points to a troubled, perhaps profoundly dangerous or even violent presence living somewhere in the hidden parts of the house, up on that rarely visited third floor. A presence that is somehow supervised or contained, however inadequately, by the oddly impassive, tight-lipped Grace Poole. A presence that everyone else in the household, including Mr. Rochester, seems desperately determined to pretend doesn't truly exist, or to dismiss as merely a minor, inexplicable domestic inconvenience not worthy of serious discussion or your particular concern. It is deeply frustrating, isolating, and increasingly terrifying to possess this knowledge, this gut instinct that something is fundamentally, terribly wrong, and yet be met with evasion and denial. You start sleeping lighter, listening acutely for sounds in the deep silence of the night. Your imagination, though disciplined by logic, filling in the blanks that Mrs. Fairfax so steadfastly refuses to elaborate upon, or that Mr. Rochester obscures with evasive talk. Is it someone with a severe mental illness? You've read a little, perhaps, or overheard enough to know that Victorian England possessed a very limited understanding, and often adopted incredibly harsh, non-therapeutic methods of treatment for mental illness. Historically, families of means during this era often made the difficult decision to conceal mentally ill relatives within their own homes, rather than committing them to public asylums, which could be notorious for appalling conditions, lack of care, and sometimes brutal treatment. This was often done both to protect the relative from the terrible asylum conditions and due to the overwhelming social stigma associated with mental illness, seen often as a source of family shame or divine punishment, best kept hidden from public view. Hiding away a relative, especially one potentially violent or severely ill, required elaborate secrecy, considerable resources, and usually one trusted, long-term caretaker responsible for confinement and basic needs. Someone precisely like Grace Poole. A fascinating historical tidbit relevant here is how the physical architecture of many large Victorian homes, with their complex layouts, numerous servant passages and back stairs, often unused wings or attics, provided the perfect physical spaces for such prolonged private concealment. You become convinced, increasingly and unequivocally, that there is something fundamental that the household, collectively, is deliberately hiding from you, a significant, dark secret lurking just out of your sight, just above your head perhaps. Mr. Rochester's moodiness and increasingly cryptic remarks, his occasional quick, strained glance upwards towards the ceiling, when a peculiar sound is heard that everyone else seems to ignore, his fits of melancholy or sudden bursts of intensity. These aspects of his behavior begin to take on a chilling, coherent kind of sense. He knows. Of course, he knows. And they, Mrs. Fairfax, probably a few key servants, they know too, and are complicit in the elaborate secret. You find yourself constantly questioning your initial perception of Thornfield as a purely peaceful, safe refuge. You came here seeking escape from cruelty and stability, finding it briefly in its comfort, but you now sense that underneath the comfortable, polite domestic routine, there lies a powerful current of deep unease, danger, and profound unspoken sorrow. What is this terrible burden Mr. Rochester truly carries? What or who is locked away, hidden, unseen on that forbidden third floor guarded by the strange Grace Pool? The mystery fuels your growing anxiety, but also frustratingly and perhaps inevitably, an intense, consuming curiosity. Your sense of personal safety within Thornfield feels increasingly compromised. Your fundamental understanding of the household you inhabit is revealed as utterly incomplete, based on a carefully constructed facade. Historically, the debate among scholars about the presence of the secret at Thornfield continues. Does this figure in the attic represent a literal psychological darkness and pathology contained within the house? Or does she primarily serve as a powerful literary symbol, functioning as a broader social commentary on the confinement of women, female passion, and madness within the oppressive structures of Victorian society? Either way, you, living it, know for sure, undeniably, that there is something fundamentally wrong, something terrifying, living upstairs. And you suspect, with a growing certainty that chills you, that you haven't seen the last of the signs of its turbulent, dangerous existence. The tension in the very air of the house feels thick with unrevealed truth. The fire incident solidified your presence in Mr. Rochester's consciousness and began to set you fundamentally apart in his perception from the rest of his household staff. He now saw you not just as Adele's quietly competent governess, but as someone possessing deeper reserves, resourceful, displaying spontaneous courage under pressure, someone with an innate strength and depth of character that clearly intrigued him and perhaps resonated with his own complex nature. He continues to seek you out in the evenings, now with increasing frequency and purpose. You are no longer just answering his sometimes demanding questions about your life or opinions. You are engaging in sustained conversations, intellectual exchanges, that are truly unlike anything you have ever experienced before, opening up a new world of intellectual and emotional engagement. He talks, often at length, about his own life, speaking in fragments, sometimes bluntly, sometimes cloaked in layers of moodiness and long silences. He speaks of his extensive past travels across the world, recounting adventures but also hinting strongly at disappointments, mistakes made, burdens carried. He shares elements of his personal philosophy, revealing himself as a man deeply disillusioned with the conventional social world he inhabits, his thoughts expressed in a way that feels raw and utterly unfiltered in his rare moments of candor. You listen, absorbing his world, offering your own quiet observations, your own perspectives shaped by your small world experiences. Gateshead, Lowood, the few limited views from Thornfield, experiences which intersect with his much larger, more jaded, world-weary view. He clearly finds enjoyment and satisfaction in drawing you out, challenging your developing mind, testing your resilience in discussion. He gives you a comfortable chair near the fire, a position of honor rather than a perch in the corner. He might offer you a glass of wine or tea, small gestures perhaps in the grand scheme of his wealth, but profoundly significant from the perspective of an employer to a governess in that era, signifying a level of respect and a near equality of interaction that defies the rigid social hierarchy. Historically, the relationship between employer and governess was typically strictly defined by social norms, where any degree of familiarity beyond professional interactions was often frowned upon, and any suggestion of emotional connection between the master and governess was considered highly inappropriate, scandalous, and a potential source of disaster for the governess's reputation and employment. This slow, subtle boundary dissolution between you and Mr. Rochester feels both undeniably exhilarating, opening up new possibilities, and inherently slightly dangerous, violating unspoken social rules. You learn more about his past gradually, fragments shared between blunt sentences and moody silences. He speaks vaguely of errors made years ago, of inherited burdens he is shackled to, of self-inflicted wounds and external misfortunes, hinting persistently at a life filled with profound complexities, profound sorrows, and perhaps deep regrets that weigh heavily on him. He sometimes adopts a cynical, mocking tone towards the very society that he belongs to, revealing a man who is deeply disillusioned by its artificiality and conventions, yet perhaps still restlessly searching for something genuine, something real and honest, in the world or within himself. You find yourself surprisingly comfortable in his presence, despite his initial gruffness and his sometimes challenging, abrupt manner of conversation. With him, unlike with others you've encountered, you don't feel the need to pretend to be someone you're not, to hide parts of yourself or perform a certain role. Your plain appearance isn't judged or commented upon negatively. Your quiet intellect and thoughtful responses are clearly valued, prompting him to engage more deeply. He seems to genuinely appreciate your fundamental honesty and straightforwardness, your refusal to be easily impressed or swayed by his status or charm. You find yourself, astonishingly, speaking your mind, sharing your deeper feelings and perspectives on the world in a way you would never, ever have dared to with anyone before. Certainly not with any previous figure of authority. It feels as though your voice, long suppressed by the casual cruelties and injustices of Gateshead and the strict, silencing structures of Lowood, has finally found someone who not only actively listens to what you say, but actively encourages you to articulate your thoughts fully. Your developing relationship with Mr. Rochester is not, at least initially in a primary sense, based on physical attraction in the conventional, superficial sense. He is, as established, not handsome by conventional standards, his face rugged, almost harsh. And you are acutely aware of your own lack of conventional beauty, often referring to yourself as plain. But there is an undeniable, powerful intellectual spark between you, a profound connection of minds, a resonance of spirit that seems to bypass physical appearances and social distinctions. He seems to find a unique sense of relief in your unpretentious company, a welcome break from the carefully constructed artificiality of the social world he is often forced to inhabit and whose rules he sometimes chafes against. He even starts seeking your opinion on his acquaintances, the guests who visit, discussing them with a frankness that treats you increasingly like a confidant, an equal listener. You spend evenings sitting together in his rooms. Sometimes you might sketch or draw quietly by the fire while he talks or plays the piano. The comfortable, companionable silence between you just as significant, in its own way, as the moments of intense conversation. These moments feel precious, intensely valuable, existing almost in a world separate from the usual master-governess dynamic. You are developing a bond that feels increasingly authentic, deeply personal, and undeniably significant to you. It is not perhaps fully formed into love quite yet, or if it is, you are only just beginning to recognize its shape, but it is something undeniably real and becoming essential to your well-being, something that slowly, cautiously, makes Thornfield Hall feel less like a place of employment and more like a home, perhaps the very first place that has ever truly felt like home in your life. You find yourself thinking about him when he is absent from the house, looking forward with quiet anticipation to his company, beginning to realize just how profoundly lonely you were, how emotionally adrift, before he arrived and shattered the predictable, quiet routine of your life. However, even as your connection with Mr. Rochester deepens, becoming the unexpected warmth and light in your existence, the odd occurrences, the lingering sense of unease, and the mystery surrounding the rarely mentioned forbidden third floor do not cease. The unsettling laughter still sometimes floats down from the upper reaches of the house, perhaps more distinct on certain nights when the house is particularly still, when the wind whistles in just the right way, or late in the night. You might still catch a glimpse of Grace Poole on the back stairs, looking impassive, always seemingly headed up or down from that prohibited silent zone, a solid, constant reminder of the hidden life upstairs. Mr. Rochester himself occasionally exhibits strange, abrupt behavior that seems clearly connected to this secret. A sudden, unexplained mood swing after a sound from upstairs too faint for you to consciously register. A quick, strained, almost fearful look, flicking towards the ceiling at an imperceptible noise, or a cryptic, veiled remark that hints at a heavy responsibility or terrible burden located up there, confined or concealed. It is a constant, unnerving undertone to the budding relationship, like a discordant note struck at random in an otherwise harmonious piece of music. It is as if the very foundation of Thornfield Hall itself, and by extension, the life lived within its comfortable walls, is inherently unstable, built upon a profound hidden flaw, a deep sorrow, or a terrible secret. This undeniable shared awareness, however unspoken, of living alongside a veiled strangeness and potential danger, adds another layer of complexity to their connection. Is he carrying this immense burden entirely alone? Does he need understanding and perhaps even absolution for it? Does this secret weight he carries, this living hell he endures, somehow make him more relatable, more human, more compelling to you? This shared sense of existing on the edge of something veiled and potentially dangerous, adding another layer of complexity, and quite a bit of, frankly, deliberate dramatic manipulation with a definite element of almost farcical romantic comedy-esque social maneuvering to your life at Thornfield, is the prolonged arrival and stay of guests from Mr. Rochester's social circle. This gathering culminates in the presence of the undeniably glamorous, openly conventional, and rather superficial Miss Blanche Ingram and her formidable mother. They represent the epitome of aristocratic society as portrayed in this narrative. Beautiful, undeniably witty in the practiced drawing room kind of way expected of their class, possessing cultivated talents. Blanche, for example, can belt out a tune with gusto at the piano, even if her singing seems to lack genuine feeling, and utterly, relentlessly conscious of class distinction and social standing, acutely aware of where everyone falls in the rigid hierarchy. Blanche Ingram embodies everything that you, with your plain face, your simple origins, and your dependent status as a governess, are decidedly not. She is tall, striking, socially accomplished, possessing all the graces and confidence of a woman raised in privilege, and surrounded by a circle of equally privileged admirers. And she makes it very, very clear through her words and actions, or her carefully constructed lack of recognition, that she considers individuals of your status, particularly governesses, to be utterly beneath her notice, treating you with casual disdain if and when she happens to acknowledge your presence at all. Mr. Rochester spends a significant amount of time with Blanche during her visit, making it appear, quite deliberately it seems, that he is seriously courting her, positioning her as a potential wife in the eyes of his guests and the household. They sing together in the evenings, often with exaggerated public admiration between them. They ride together across the grounds during the day. He pays her overtly elaborate compliments in public, speaking about her as though she possesses all the virtues a man in his position could possibly desire in a wife. You witness this performance from the periphery of the grand rooms and social gatherings, expected to remain discreetly in the background, blending into the wall or only appearing when necessary to attend to Adele. It is, for you, excruciating to watch, painful in a way you struggle to process. You know, intellectually, that a match between him and Miss Blanche Ingram would be seen as perfectly socially acceptable, highly advantageous, from an economic standpoint, aligning neatly with societal expectations, and conforming to all the conventions of class and status that you were never raised to value, or indeed, given your background, could ever hope to meet. She represents everything that is deemed suitable for a man in his position, the kind of woman a master of Thornfield Hall is expected to marry. And yet, despite the logical correctness of such a match, seeing him with her, observing her perhaps carefully performed grace, and comparing it inwardly to the deeper, more authentic intellectual and emotional connection you feel with him in your private moments, is intensely painful. However, Mr. Rochester, in his complicated way, doesn't merely pursue Blanche or perform the role of dutiful suitor. He also simultaneously, and quite deliberately, observes you intensely during this entire period. He seems to orchestrate scenarios where you are specifically present in the drawing room or during gatherings while he is overtly flirting with Blanche or making pronouncements about the desirability of a certain type of woman, often seemingly trying to gauge your reaction from a distance, to see if your carefully maintained composure cracks. He asks you for sketches and artwork depicting places he has visited or things he has discussed with you privately in the evenings, subtly blurring the lines between your professional duties as a governess and a deeper, more personal level of interaction and expectation. Perhaps asking you to draw scenes that have resonance with his personal history and the burdens he carries. He even brings in, rather eccentrically and theatrically, a fortune teller, an old gypsy woman, one evening during the height of the social gathering. You, with your keen observations, quickly suspect that this mysterious gypsy might well be Mr. Rochester himself in an elaborate costumed disguise, orchestrating a peculiar, slightly absurd piece of drawing room theater. A very Victorian, perhaps bored, aristocratic form of diversion. When this mysterious gypsy is prevailed upon to read Blanche Ingram's palm, the reading is notably vague, focusing primarily on material gain and a suitable marriage of convenience. But when she insists on reading your asterisk hand, singling you out from the corner, the gypsy, with startling accuracy that resonates uncannily with your deepest hidden feelings and unspoken hopes, probes into your concealed emotions, your secret hopes and fears regarding your future, perhaps hinting cryptically about love across social divides or hidden obstacles. It is a bizarre performance, full of pointed questions seemingly directed at others, but laced with veiled, intimate meanings, clearly aimed solely at you. A peculiar dance of veiled confession and probing designed, it feels, to test your nerve and elicit a reaction. It seems to confirm to you that he knows, or at the very least strongly suspects, the depth of your feelings for him. Feelings you have tried desperately to hide, considering them inappropriate given his status and likely path. This whole charade with Blanche feels increasingly less like a conventional courtship of a suitable woman, and more like a peculiar, elaborate test, or a highly unconventional form of courtship directed squarely and entirely at you, disguised within the conventional framework of courting Blanche. It is designed surely to make you jealous, to see how you react under pressure, to force your suppressed feelings to the surface, to push you into betraying yourself. despite the quiet agony of witnessing his apparent interest in Blanche. Seeing her take up his time and attention, you refuse, fiercely, inwardly, to allow yourself to display overt heartbreak or obvious jealousy. Your pride, your innate reserve, and the years of discipline at Lowood prevent you from crumbling publicly. You maintain your composure, you continue to fulfill your duties diligently, tending to Adele, and you try, desperately, to maintain an outward facade of professional distance, even though inwardly you are experiencing intense turmoil, pain, and confusion. While Mrs. Fairfax seems, perhaps genuinely or perhaps chooses to be, blissfully unaware of the complexities unfolding, blind to the subtle dynamics of power and hidden emotion, she keeps talking about how suitable Miss Ingram would be, how everyone expects the match to be made, adding her well-meaning chatter to the painful internal conflict you are experiencing. How, your practical, Lowood-trained mind asks, can you possibly compete with such overwhelming social, financial, and physical advantages represented by Blanche? Yet, in your increasingly frequent private moments with him, when the guests are absent or retired, Mr. Rochester reveals a completely different side, confessing his profound disillusionment with the very world and values Blanche represents, critiquing its artificiality, its shallowness, and in turn, praising the genuine depth, the integrity, the unique truthfulness he claims to find in you. It is an emotional roller coaster designed, it seems, to push you to the brink, to force a confession of your own deeply held, fiercely guarded affection for him. Historically, while Victorian society encouraged emotional expression within certain rigid contexts, like fervent religious devotion or familial mourning, expressing intense romantic feelings, especially across strict class lines or outside of sanctioned, formalized courtship rituals leading to marriage, was seen as profoundly transgressive and inappropriate, particularly for women, and even more so for someone in a vulnerable, dependent position like a governess. For a governess to harbor and express such strong feelings for her wealthy, aristocratic employer, especially one publicly expected to marry into the aristocracy, would have been almost unthinkable and universally scandalous by the standards of many, often leading to immediate dismissal and social ruin if discovered. Scholarly debate still exists on the extent to which Jane's later open expression of her emotions in the novel is truly radical for her time, challenging these strictures, or whether it is ultimately framed within a specific narrative convention designed to justify it under unique circumstances. Amidst this intense emotional pressure and the carefully orchestrated social performance with Blanche, the unsettling events and the lingering mystery explicitly linked to the third floor do not subside. Indeed, they continue to serve as a constant, chilling reminder that Thornfield's picturesque exterior, its comfortable drawing rooms and conventional guests, hide deep, unsettling trouble. Whatever or whoever is confined or concealed up there is not merely a passive secret, a quiet sorrow tucked away. It is revealed through these incidents to be a volatile force capable of unpredictable violence, destruction, and profound disruption. It feels increasingly like a storm is brewing beneath the surface of this respectable household, a dangerous energy building, and your growing connection with Mr. Rochester, your tentative steps towards happiness, is developing right in the inevitable path of its future, terrible outburst. The profound contrast between the budding warmth and possibility of your feelings for Mr. Rochester and the cold, strange, dangerous reality of the hall's hidden secret creates an unstable tension, a palpable sense of unease that simultaneously makes you wary of the path you are on and ever more drawn into the tangled fate of the master and his hidden life, sensing that the climax of these dark undercurrents is approaching. lurking like a heavy shadow in the corners of your fragile, newfound happiness. The visit of Blanche Ingram and her accompanying retinue finally concludes. The social circus packed away and departed, leaving a sudden, palpable quiet in their wake. With their departure, the strained, carefully maintained artifice that had overlaid Thornfield Hall for weeks, the performance of conventional courtship and suitability, perceptibly lifts. Mr. Rochester immediately seems to shed his facade of being a conventional society man destined for a suitable, glittering, aristocratic marriage of convenience. His intense attention immediately turns back to you, now seemingly even more focused and perhaps even more intense than before. The sense of profound relief you feel at Blanche's absence, her physical departure from the premises and her symbolic removal as a potential obstacle, is immense. A heavy weight lifted, although it is also tinged, privately, with confusion and a measure of quiet shame that you allowed yourself to be so affected, so pained by her presence and by his calculated performance throughout the visit. But the private, intellectually stimulating evenings with Mr. Rochester resume, now with an increased earnestness, his manner less guarded, less given to the games he played during the visit. He seems to stop testing you, to stop playing strategic games, and instead begins to speak more directly, more frankly, about his deeper needs, his search for genuine connection, his longing for true companionship, hinting heavily at the profound loneliness he carries, and his restless search for happiness outside the rigid, stifling confines of his class and social expectations. One particular evening, one etched forever in your memory, it happens. You are together in the garden at Thornfield, under the clear expanse of the night sky, the air perhaps still carrying the faint, sweet scent of roses, remnants of the warmer months. Amidst this atmosphere, perhaps taking advantage of the solitude and quiet beauty, he finally speaks the words. He proposes marriage. It is not a conventional, gentle, storybook proposal. True to his character, it is an intense, passionate outpouring of raw, pent-up emotion. He talks, compellingly, urgently about his life having felt empty, meaningless, perhaps damned, saved only from utter despair by your unexpected presence. He speaks of finding a kindred spirit, an equal intellectual and spiritual companion, a true match despite the vast, undeniable differences in your social stations, differences he increasingly portrays as meaningless in the face of authentic connection. You, for your part, having guarded your own deepest emotions so fiercely, so privately, for so long, your developing affection for this complex, challenging man, this unexpected yearning he stirred within you, are utterly overcome in this moment. The intensity of his confession unlocks the gates on your own restrained feelings. You speak, your voice perhaps quiet but undeniably firm, expressing your own love for him, surprising even yourself with its depth, its honesty, confirming with startling clarity that the feeling is indeed mutual, that the powerful, unique bond you've forged is not just one of duty, intellectual stimulation, or convenience born of proximity, but true, reciprocal affection. The moment is electric, filled with raw, intense emotion, declarations of devotion pouring out in the quiet darkness of the garden. For a brief, exhilarating moment, the weight of the world, the boundaries of class, the expectations of society, and the dark mysteries of Thornfield Hall seem to narrow down, receding into the background, leaving just the two of you, standing there under the night sky. You, the plain, poor governess, and he, the wealthy, upper-class landowner with a complicated past, having dared to acknowledge and to seemingly cross the seemingly insurmountable barriers of class, wealth, and expectation for a love that, in that moment, feels incredibly real, incredibly necessary, and desperately needed by both of you to redeem your respective pasts. He calls you by tender possessive names, his fairy, his own, showers you with terms of endearment that feel astonishingly true. Terms that make your plain face feel, for the very first time in your life, truly beautiful, seen not for its features, but for the spirit that shines through it. It feels utterly revolutionary. A poor, unconnected plain governess marrying a wealthy upper-class landowner of ancient lineage, unheard of, unthinkable in the rigid social structure. In reality, during the Victorian era, such marriages were indeed exceptionally rare, bordering on scandalous. Women typically married within their own social class, or at best, slightly above it to secure financial stability and improve their social standing. A governess marrying into the gentry was profoundly unconventional, and would almost certainly require the gentleman to defy significant social pressure and censure from his peers and family. Historians still debate the degree to which Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre genuinely challenged or ultimately, perhaps reluctantly, reaffirmed traditional social structures and expectations regarding class, marriage, and female independence by the end of the novel. Right now, though, all those external considerations, the debates of sociologists or historians past and future, seem utterly irrelevant, utterly secondary to the intense, overwhelming joy that is bubbling up, unbidden within you. The days that follow your engagement are filled with a radiant happiness, a lightness of spirit you have never, ever known before, a sharp contrast to the years of quiet struggle and suffering. Mr. Rochester is openly, demonstrably affectionate, displaying a tenderness and joy you might not have expected from his often moody exterior. He begins to buy you gifts, practical gifts, but also symbols of his desire to cherish and provide for you. Not the gaudy, excessive jewelry of society women, which you quietly, firmly discourage, sticking to your innate principles of simplicity, but useful, beautiful things. New dresses made of finer fabric, a few cherished books, comfortable accessories, implicitly acknowledging your previous lack of comfort and security at Lowood and Gateshead, and expressing his fervent desire to provide for you properly, to ensure you never lack for material needs again. You feel secure, undeniably loved, and genuinely cherished, perhaps for the first time in your conscious life. You and Adele share the joyful news. She is thrilled, imagining a happy, cozy family life now that her guardian is marrying her kind governess. Mrs. Fairfax is polite, offering congratulations, but her reaction is noticeably subdued. Her congratulations perhaps offered with a degree of reserve or even quiet apprehension. Perhaps she, sensing the unconventionality of the match, fears it can't last, or perhaps she knows more than she allows herself to reveal, sensing why this union might be deeply, inherently problematic, weighed down by the secrets of the house. It seems everyone within the household reacts slightly differently to the news, their reactions reflecting a mixture of various social expectations and perhaps their own private foreknowledge or unease regarding Mr. Rochester's circumstances. Plans for the wedding commence. You yourself anticipate a quiet, private ceremony, befitting your own modest temperament and your background, perhaps a necessity given the unconventional nature of the match you're making. But Mr. Rochester, in his impulsive, grand way, seems determined to celebrate, to mark this momentous step publicly in some manner, although perhaps not with the full, formal, ostentatious grandeur of society's upper echelons, yet grander than your initial modest thoughts. Preparations include getting a proper wedding dress made, a garment of new silk, something that feels incredibly strange and wonderful to imagine, let alone wear. After years spent in worn institutional clothes or ill-fitting hand-me-downs, it is a potent symbol of the new life you are preparing to step into. But even amidst this unprecedented period of deep, unalloyed happiness and optimistic planning for the future, the shadows persist, stubbornly refusing to dissipate. And perhaps more ominously, the strange, unsettling incidents linked directly to the forbidden third floor of Thornfield Hall seem to grow more insistent, more prominent, and undeniably more disturbing. It is almost as if the mere prospect of true happiness taking root, the drawing up of definite plans for a new chapter based on love and transparency, even if that transparency is based on your own honesty and a lie on his part, somehow agitates the buried dark secrets of Thornfield Hall, stirring the forces that have been confined there and making them fight back against the approaching light, against the notion of peace and conventional domesticity. The most dramatic and deeply disturbing incident during this period of your engagement occurs during a brief visit from a particular man, a rather mysterious figure named Mr. Mason. He arrives unexpectedly one evening while Mr. Rochester is away from the hall on a brief business trip. Mr. Rochester, upon receiving the news of Mason's arrival, seems greatly troubled, visibly anxious, a marked change in his mood. Mason is a rather unassuming man in appearance, quiet, perhaps foreign, later revealed to be from the West Indies, who appears noticeably nervous and speaks little. He is presented as an acquaintance of Mr. Rochester's from his past travels abroad, seemingly involved in some sort of complex business dealings or matters connected to Mr. Rochester's history in the West Indies. Details that are clearly a significant source of anxiety and agitation for your fiancé. You yourself find Mason's presence unsettling. He has a haunted look about him, a quiet fragility that seems at odds with his sudden arrival and Rochester's reaction to it. One night, while this uncomfortable guest is present, terrifying, chilling screams are heard echoing, unmistakable, from the upper reaches of the house. They are muffled, perhaps by closed doors or distance, but distinct and terrifyingly clear. Sounds of struggle, cries of pain, followed closely by that awful, familiar, cackling laugh, louder, wilder, and filled with a desperate, horrifying energy you have heard before, but never so intensely. You are startled awake, heart pounding, knowing instantly with a terrible certainty that bypasses all reason that something dreadful is happening, something directly connected to the hidden life upstairs. Mr. Rochester, it seems, is also roused by the commotion. He bursts from his room, his face grim, radiating controlled panic. He issues immediate orders to everyone else in the household. Stay put, remain in your rooms, do not come out. Do not investigate. But to you, his terrified companion, he calls out, perhaps already anticipating your help, commanding you to come with him, declaring explicitly that he needs your assistance. He grabs a candle, takes your arm, and guides you swiftly, silently, urgently up the vast main staircase, higher and higher, towards the infamous, prohibited third story, explicitly warning you again to be silent, to be cautious, to step lightly. You arrive at a specific location on the third floor landing and enter a room there. The scene is chaotic, nightmarish. The room itself is perhaps furnished once like any other within the hall, but it is now marked by signs of a recent struggle. Pieces of furniture overturned, damage visible, and horrifically, undeniably, blood stains the floor, fresh and dark. Mr. Mason is present within the room, evidently the victim of whatever terrible event just transpired. He is severely injured, bleeding profusely from several wounds on his arms and shoulders. These wounds look suspiciously, terrifyingly, like they were inflicted not by an object, but by teeth. Yes, bitten, savagely, by something, or perhaps more chillingly, by someone capable of inflicting such wild, savage injuries. The air in the room is thick with the coppery, metallic smell of blood, mixed strangely with some other potent, heavy scent, possibly laudanum, a common Victorian sedative derived from opium, often used both recreationally and medicinally to dull pain, calm agitation, or induce sleep. Mr. Rochester, you realize, must have somehow sedated whoever inflicted the wounds after the attack. Mason is visibly dazed, semi-conscious, trembling, bleeding heavily. And Grace Poole is there, present at the scene. But even her usual impassive mask seems to have cracked slightly. She looks distressed, perhaps fearful. Struggling, you can see, to help contain someone or something still moving and making muffled noises in an adjoining room, likely through a locked connecting door. Mr. Rochester, his face a mask of grim determination and barely suppressed panic, quickly issues further orders. He commands you to tend to Mason's terrible wounds, instructing you to apply bandages as best you can, while he goes swiftly to fetch a doctor he trusts, and to ensure his charge, as he cryptically and impersonally refers to the person responsible for the violence, avoiding any other form of identification, is safely secured and properly sedated to prevent further harm or escape. He leaves you alone in this nightmarish scene, dressing the wounds of this strange, bitten, bleeding man you barely know, using strips of linen and basins of water brought by a trembling Grace Poole, while muffled, deeply disturbing sounds of struggle, moaning, or renewed agitation come from the next room, with Grace Poole standing the watch over the connecting door. It is utterly terrifying, a surreal descent into hidden madness and violence. When Mr. Rochester finally returns with the doctor, a man brought discreetly from a distance and sworn to secrecy, he is grim, strained, but outwardly controlled, having managed to compose himself. He quickly, silently spirits Mr. Mason away before dawn, under cover of darkness, ensuring he receives medical attention elsewhere, emphatically emphasizing the desperate need for absolute secrecy about the attack and everything you have witnessed. He then quickly weaves some hasty, clearly untrue explanation to Mrs. Fairfax and Adele for the commotion in the night, blaming it perhaps on a disturbed servant, attributing the sounds to someone's nightmares, or dismissing it as minor property damage, desperate to bury the truth. You are left stunned, profoundly disturbed, reeling from the visceral reality of what you have seen and heard. Who attacked Mr. Mason and why? The violence was not imaginary. It was terrifyingly palpable. The hidden presence upstairs is clearly capable of causing serious physical harm, perhaps even death. This isn't just unsettling noises anymore. It's a matter of life and death, confined within the walls you call home. Historically, violence within domestic spaces, especially violence caused by or inflicted upon individuals who were confined, often due to mental illness or other issues, was a grim, deeply disturbing reality that was almost always fiercely kept hidden within families to avoid immense social scandal, protect family reputation, and avoid potential legal repercussions or forced public institutionalization, which many viewed as worse than domestic confinement. One curious detail related to Victorian society and violence was a strange, almost morbid public fascination with true crime narratives, even while the respectable classes diligently sought to distance themselves entirely from the actual realities of violence, particularly violence within their own social sphere, preferring to relegate it to the newspapers' sensationalized accounts of the lower classes. You cannot simply let this pass. You confront Mr. Rochester, seeking some real answers, demanding clarification on what you witnessed. He attempts to explain, offering convoluted justifications, speaking of past mistakes that haunt him, of burdens, inherited or self-inflicted, that he is forced to carry. He portrays himself constantly as a victim, trapped by circumstances he cannot possibly control or escape. He speaks vaguely of a dependent, dangerous relative who must, by unfortunate necessity, be confined for their own safety and the safety of others, hinting at her profound madness and violent tendencies. But he is utterly evasive about the identity of this charge, or the specific true reasons for her madness, or the detailed circumstances of her confinement or the forced connection that links them. He pleads, passionately and urgently, for your trust, framing the situation entirely from his perspective, arguing that he has suffered greatly because of this secret, this predicament he is locked into. He insists that your love, your presence, your companionship is his salvation, his only hope for finding peace, happiness, a future outside the suffocating weight of this secret. He paints a vivid picture, compelling in its apparent desperation, of needing to find true happiness. With you, precisely because of the dark weight he carries, suggesting that your pure, true love is the only possible escape or solace available to him in his living hell. His distress, his need, seems terrifyingly genuine. But even with his elaborate explanations, however incomplete, evasive, or self-serving they may be, the terrifying incidents linked to the third floor do not magically disappear. They continue to cast a chilling, unsettling pall over the growing joy and hopeful future of your impending marriage. This secret isn't just a static fact, it's a volatile, active force. And now, very shortly before your wedding day, another direct manifestation of the hidden presence occurs, one that feels horrifyingly targeted at you and your future with Rochester. You are preparing for your wedding day, gathering your simple, elegant silk gown and your precious new wedding veil. It's a simple, beautiful garment you have chosen, far removed from the finery of Blanche Ingram, but perfect in its quiet grace, symbolizing so much: a future, a home, belonging. The veil, light and delicate, lies near it, embodying the very concept of the union about to take place. You wake suddenly one night to a strange sound within your own room, a rustling, a distinct sound of tearing fabric. Your eyes snap open in the faint pre-dawn light or the darkness of the room, and you see it. A shadowy form standing near your clothes, a figure shrouded in a white dress, her face obscured by a wild, unkempt mass of dark, unbound hair, her posture menacing. She takes hold of your wedding veil, and with deliberate fury, with what feels like intense, malevolent intent, she rips it violently, savagely in two, tearing the delicate fabric into ruin. As she performs this act of terrifying, symbolic destruction, you hear it. The same low, unnatural, cackling laughter you've heard before, but chillingly close now, right there in your room. Then, as quickly as she appeared and acted, she vanishes, slipping away, perhaps through a hidden panel you don't know about, perhaps simply retreating down the silent hallway before you can fully react, leaving you alone in the room with the tattered remnants of your wedding veil and a profound, chilling sense of violation. It is utterly terrifying and feels unequivocally like a deliberate, malevolent curse placed upon your impending marriage. Who is this woman? This isn't just an unknown sound anymore. It is a physical being, one capable of causing injury to Mason, and now capable of entering your private space to destroy something so intensely symbolic of your future happiness. She seems to have known exactly what that veil represented and deliberately sought to shatter its promise. This feels like a direct attack. Scholarly debate surrounds this figure in the attic. Is she a representation of oppressive patriarchal control over women, the embodiment of suppressed female rage against confinement, a psychological manifestation of Jane's own buried emotions, or simply, chillingly, a tragic specific individual physically and emotionally destroyed by circumstance and societal neglect, wronged by Rochester in a way that fuels her madness and vengeance. You, living through it, know only that she is real, terrifying, and actively focused on preventing your union with Mr. Rochester. You tell Mr. Rochester about the figure, the terrifying encounter in your room, the ripped wedding veil lying as undeniable proof. He initially attempts to dismiss your account, just as he did the other incidents. He tries to frame it as merely a bad dream, an anxiety-fueled nightmare brought on by the stress of wedding preparations, or perhaps vaguely attributes it again to Grace Poole's occasional erratic behavior, trying to pass her off as intermittently violent, conveniently using her as a scapegoat while steadfastly protecting the true identity of the person responsible. But as he speaks, his eyes betray him. You see the undeniable flicker of anxiety, perhaps even fear, there before he quickly manages to mask it with feigned disbelief. You know with absolute certainty that it wasn't a dream. The torn wedding veil is physical, tangible proof that something terrifyingly real, someone capable of malevolent intent, was in your room. This isn't Grace Poole having a random senile moment or lashing out wildly. This is clearly something else, someone else, actively and specifically trying to destroy your happiness. Someone who knew exactly what that veil represented and how important it was. The increasing frequency, the directness of these manifestations, their undeniable focus on events and symbols connected directly to you and Rochester, all scream danger and act as potent, undeniable warnings. The joy of your impending marriage, the security and future you believed you were about to embrace, is increasingly and terrifyingly shadowed by the presence of this dark, volatile secret lurking just above your head. A hidden ticking time bomb that threatens to shatter everything. The morning of your wedding dawns, cool and bright, despite the profound sense of warmth, acceptance, and possibility that Mr. Rochester has undeniably brought into your life, rescuing you from cold hardship and emotional isolation. The recent eerie incidents, the chilling disembodied laughter, the terror of the torn veil, the nightmare reality of Mr. Mason's mysterious injuries and Rochester's evasive explanations linger like persistent, unwelcome shadows at the edges of your awareness. Yet for all that, the overriding feeling that pulses within you as you prepare for this day is one of profound, pure, radiant joy. You are 20 years old, an adult who has navigated significant hardship alone, and you are about to marry the man you love, the man who, despite his flaws and mysteries, sees and values you, leaving behind a lifetime defined by struggle, isolation, and loneliness for a future that promises companionship, love, and longed-for security. The wedding itself is planned to be small, intimate, and relatively simple, befitting your own modest temperament and humble background. And perhaps, as you realize later, a necessary discretion given the deeply unconventional nature of the match itself. Only the necessary staff from Thornfield who need to be present, Mr. Rochester's trusted attorney from a nearby town, and the clergyman who will perform the service are expected to attend. It is a world away from the grand, lavish affairs the rich and titled would typically hold. But it feels right to you, intimate, meaningful, something truly yours, unburdened by the pretense of societal expectations. You dress with the help of one of the kinder housemaids, a familiar, comforting face amidst the unfamiliar gravity of the morning. You feel a flutter of nervous excitement, a tremble of anticipation, as you slip into the new silk gown, simple but beautiful. The soft fabric feeling wondrously different after years of coarse wool. Your only ornaments are a small cluster of fresh, simple flowers from the garden, pinned near your heart, a touch of fragile beauty. Mr. Rochester sends a message asking you to meet him near the park gate on the grounds of the hall. The walk through the familiar, beautiful grounds of Thornfield feels unreal. The trees, the paths, the grand facade of the house appearing sharper, almost hyper-real in the clear morning light. The path leading away from the hall and towards the quiet village church, located a short distance beyond the estate grounds, feels significant, like traversing a threshold into a new, unimaginable life. You walk side by side with Mr. Rochester down the lane and towards the small, unassuming stone church in the village. He is quieter than usual, perhaps subdued by the solemnity and gravity of the occasion, or perhaps, as you have become accustomed to sensing, already carrying the familiar, invisible weight of his secret, pressing down on him even on this supposedly joyful day. The air feels still, expectant. When you arrive, only the required individuals are waiting inside the ancient stone walls. The clergyman ready to perform the sacred rites, Mr. Rochester's solicitor, the attorney from the nearby town, and a couple of selected discreet servants from Thornfield acting as official witnesses, including old Mr. Wood, the stable master you initially encountered on the icy road, and whom Mr. Rochester specially requested be present, a small humanizing touch. The atmosphere within the ancient stone walls of the church is hushed, solemn, undeniably expectant. You stand together before the simple altar, bathed in the gentle light filtering through the old windows. The ceremony begins, the familiar sacred words of the marriage service echoing softly but powerfully in the quiet, reverent space, words promising lifelong devotion and union. You repeat your vows, the promise to love, comfort, honor, and cherish, feeling utterly, profoundly true and resonant in this moment, a culmination of your journey towards finding love and belonging. Everything seems in this hallowed space perfect, peaceful, blessed, heading inexorably, inevitably toward its happy, sanctified conclusion. The clergyman reaches the most critical point in the service, the formal questioning mandated by both religious tradition and English law, the part where any lawful reason why the couple should not be married must be revealed. He turns his gaze, serious and penetrating, towards the assembled few witnessing this union and says, in a clear, unwavering voice that seems to fill the small church, "I require and charge you both, as ye will answer at the dreadful day of judgment when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment, why ye may not be lawfully joined together in matrimony, ye do now confess it." A pause follows his words. A deep, expectant silence descends upon the small gathering within the ancient stone walls, broken only perhaps by the sound of your own rapid heartbeat, a beat of hopeful joy and profound promise, and maybe the faint, unbidden singing of a bird just outside the church door, unaware of the human drama unfolding. You feel a quiet, settled joy, utterly certain in this moment that there can be no such impediment, no valid reason why this union, based as it feels on such genuine feeling, should not proceed after the years of hardship and searching that led you both here. The clergyman looks first at you, his gaze soft and expectant, then turns towards Mr. Rochester, ready, it seems, to continue the service. He seems about to utter the next fatal line, the part asking if any other person present knows such cause. And then, it happens. From the very back of the small, quiet church, a voice, distinct, clear, and utterly chilling in its precision, cuts through the sacred, hushed air, shattering the stillness and the promise of the moment with brutal finality. The marriage cannot go on. Heads turn sharply. A collective gasp, an unspoken question rippling through the few witnesses, eyes scanning the back of the church towards the source of the voice. Two figures, until this moment unnoticed, seemingly having entered the church silently and positioned themselves near the entrance. Stand there. One is a stern-faced man dressed formally in a suit, clearly a solicitor, holding a bundle of official-looking papers clutched in his hand. The other, you recognize him instantly. It is Mr. Mason, the man you saw bitten and bleeding in that horrifying room at Thornfield Hall during his mysterious visit, now looking pale perhaps, but composed, his presence a direct connection back to the dark secrets of the hall and the violence you witnessed. Mr. Rochester, standing beside you at the altar, freezes instantly, his face draining of color, turning an ashen gray, etched with immediate, devastating recognition. He sees Mason and his companion, recognizes the stern-faced man and the look on their faces, and seems to know with a terrible, sickening certainty that strikes him physically exactly what this interruption means, what revelation is about to be made. The air in the small church, moments before light with joy and expectation, suddenly feels thick, suffocating, heavy with an unbearable sense of impending dread and exposure. The solicitor steps forward into the space before the altar, his voice formal and clear as he addresses the clergyman and the assembled party. He identifies himself as Mr. Briggs, acting on behalf of his client, Mr. Richard Mason of Spanish Town, in the country of Jamaica. And then, with cold, undeniable finality, he declares the reason for their interruption, the insurmountable impediment. He declares that Edward Fairfax Rochester is already married, and that his wife, Bertha Antoinetta Mason, is alive and residing at this very moment at Thornfield Hall. To prove this claim, to silence any potential protest or denial, he produces formal documentation, official papers verifying his statement. He holds aloft a certificate, the marriage certificate itself, formally verifying the union of Edward Fairfax Rochester to Bertha Antoinetta Mason, stating the date of the marriage 15 years ago and confirming it took place in Spanish Town, Jamaica. This is not rumor, not insinuation. It is proof, legal, concrete, and utterly undeniable. You stand there beside Mr. Rochester, frozen in place by the sheer, brutal shock of the words, the sight of the official papers held aloft as unimpeachable evidence, feeling your entire world, the beautiful future you had envisioned and built in your mind just moments ago, shatter violently into a million irrecoverable pieces at your feet. Married? He is already married. All this time, all his talk of seeking a pure connection, his passionate declarations, all your shared moments of building what felt like true love and a future, based on a lie, a colossal, devastating omission, and his wife is alive? Not a ghost, not a story. Every strange noise, every locked door upstairs, every mysterious incident, every panicked look Rochester cast towards the upper floor, the terrifying screams, the biting of Mason, the ripping of your veil. It all crashes down on you in a devastating, terrifying flood of horrifying clarity. It wasn't a haunting. It wasn't a trick of the wind, not the old pipes. It was a person, a living, breathing person kept prisoner, his wife. Mr. Rochester stands there, caught, cornered, utterly exposed. He doesn't even attempt to deny the brutal truth for very long. He visibly wrestles for a fleeting moment with despair, perhaps fury at being revealed, his proud, complex facade cracking and crumbling under the force of the exposure. And then, with the witnesses and the representative of the law present, with his intended bride standing by his side learning the devastating truth, he confesses. Yes, he says, his voice perhaps strained, defeated, it is true. He is married. The woman is indeed Bertha Mason, his wife. He doesn't offer remorse for the lie as much as explanation and self-justification for the situation he portrays as a cruel fate forced upon him. He raves, almost wildly, perhaps already beginning to unravel under the pressure of the reveal, about Bertha's madness, detailing her mental state, portraying her as violent, calling her a lunatic, a monster, an irrecoverable fiend. He details, perhaps brutally, how she had been locked away, confined in secret within Thornfield Hall for years because she was, in his description, uncontrollably dangerous, utterly beyond reach, utterly devoid of reason or recovery. He confesses, driven to a terrible honesty by being caught, that the incidents you witnessed, the terrifying laughter, the deliberately set fire, the savage attack on her own brother, Mr. Mason, who, you now understand with a cold rush of clarity, must have arrived at Thornfield specifically seeking proof of her existence for his own legal reasons, perhaps trying to see her, only to be attacked. He confesses all these were her doing, actions stemming from her violent, profound madness. He admits overtly now that he has deliberately kept her existence a secret from the world, a heavy, binding chain tied cruelly around his own life. A secret he kept specifically, deliberately concealed from *U* because he loved you. He insists, fiercely, truly, desperately, and in you, he saw a singular chance for redemption, for salvation, a way out of the isolated, hidden living hell of his reality. He pleads with you, in front of everyone witnessing your public devastation, begging for your understanding, attempting to cast his secret and his deceit as a cruel necessity imposed upon him by monstrous circumstances, a desperate act driven by his overwhelming loathing for the forced, failed marriage to Bertha, a union entered into for wealth, not love, forced upon him by others. It is a confession raw with his own pain, laced heavily with self-pity, desperate passion for you, and a chilling clarity about the extent of the deception and the reality he has lived with and attempted to lure you into. Historically, securing a divorce during the Victorian era was an incredibly difficult, protracted, and expensive legal process, requiring, prior to later reforms, an Act of Parliament, making it primarily available only to the wealthiest elite. Even then, divorce was granted on very limited grounds, usually involving adultery or cruelty, and significantly differently for men and women. Grounds for men to divorce their wives were typically less strict than for women to divorce their husbands. Mental illness, even severe violent forms caused by hereditary factors or disease, was not typically recognized as valid grounds for divorce itself, unless it could be somehow linked to other permissible offenses committed before the onset of insanity. For example, a husband's adultery before he became mad. Effectively trapping spouses, particularly husbands burdened with incurable wives, in irretrievable, hopeless situations. One curious detail about marriage law in this era is the legal identity of wives often being subsumed under their husbands. Married women had very few independent rights over property, earnings, or even their own bodies in the eyes of the law. Rochester's situation, legally, is effectively insoluble within the conventional framework of the time, forcing his hand towards unconventional, deceitful actions if he desires any semblance of normal life or a future partner. The scene in the small, formerly serene wedding church dissolves into absolute confusion, shock, and horrifying realization for all assembled, and most profoundly for you. The clergyman looks scandalized, the sacred ritual violated. Mr. Briggs and Mr. Mason stand somewhat impassively now, having done what they came to do, presented the evidence, delivered the legal devastating blow. And you stand there feeling utterly destroyed, not just by the immense, unimaginable lie you have been living within, but by the overwhelming, horrifying reality it so barely managed to conceal. The kind man you loved, the one who offered you escape from loneliness, safety, and the promise of true happiness, was living a terrifying, impossible double life, concealing a terrible, violent secret right there, in the very same house where you built your hopes and dreams. Mr. Rochester, in his desperate state, doesn't just offer explanation or confession. He makes a desperate, perhaps wild demand. He demands they all come back to Thornfield Hall *, with him *, demanding you come with him too, not for wedding festivities, but to see the fiend, the monster he claims he is legally and physically shackled to. He wants to expose her fully to these witnesses, and most desperately to you, to prove the full extent of his misery and, in his distorted logic, justify his years of deceit, his desperate attempt to marry you regardless of his existing ties. He wants you to see the full, awful truth of his reality so that you can truly understand his predicament and perhaps, in his deepest hope, forgive him, seeing him as a victim of fate rather than simply a liar. He wants to reveal the hidden prisoner who embodies his personal ruin, who prevents his legitimate happiness with you, in the desperate hope that exposing this truth will somehow salvage * your * love and loyalty. And so, you are led back to Thornfield Hall. Not as a radiant bride on her wedding day, but in stunned, disbelieving silence, feeling like a ghostly presence at your own unwedding, numb with shock. Mr. Rochester, still wild-eyed with desperation and exposure, guides the party. The solicitor, Mr. Mason, yourself, perhaps others forced to accompany him, back to the hall and grimly takes them upstairs, finally, openly, to the infamous, secretive 3rd story. He stops before a specific door, heavy and perhaps bolted or unusually secured, a door you probably hadn't paid specific attention to before. So well was it integrated into the wall, its function concealed. He unlocks it, its opening a symbol of the secret being violently flung open. Inside is a room, perhaps furnished once like any other bedroom within the hall, but now marked indelibly by its long-term captive's fury, restlessness, and state of mind. Furniture might be sparse, worn, or damaged, walls marked. And there, finally revealed, is she. Bertha Mason. She is a woman, undeniably a human being, but appearing physically distorted, marked, even deformed by years of confinement, by the devastating grip of her condition, her long, terrible madness. She is unkempt, likely dressed in coarse clothes, emitting the very sounds you heard. The low growling, the terrifying cackling laughter you recognize from your room. The inhuman cries you heard during the Mason incident. She is physically strong, even in her diminished state, lashing out, perhaps attempting to attack Rochester or anyone else who dares approach, her presence emanating a volatile, dangerous energy. It is a horrific, deeply unsettling spectacle, a woman stripped of her dignity, perhaps long divorced from reason and humanity by her profound, uncured mental illness and her long, harsh captivity, now revealed in her shocking state of confinement and madness to complete strangers. She bears no resemblance to the sophisticated woman perhaps depicted in a portrait from her youth, if such a thing exists, or the wife any husband would ever wish to present to the world. It is a deeply distressing confirmation of Rochester's account of her physical state and mental affliction, while simultaneously presenting a figure whose true nature and symbolic meaning remain debated by scholars even now. Is she simply a literary device embodying untamed female passion and destructive madness, functioning purely as a dramatic obstacle? Is she a dark parallel to Jane's own fiery spirit and suppressed emotions, hinting at what might happen if convention and societal restriction fully crush the individual? Or is she, tragically, a powerful, unsettling figure, embodying the grim historical reality of how confined women, particularly those deemed mad or inconvenient, were treated and hidden away in Victorian society? The scene in the attic, this terrible reveal, is the violent climax of all the foreshadowing, all the mystery, all the strange occurrences that have plagued your time at Thornfield. This is the impediment to your marriage, a human one, terrifying and utterly undeniable. Mr. Rochester is indeed married. His wife is alive. She is confined in a state of profound, perhaps irrecoverable madness and volatility within his own house. Your wedding is impossible, rendered immediately invalid, nullified by this devastating, undeniable revelation. The shock is immense, crippling in its scope and immediate impact on your life. You have loved a man who, legally and morally, was not free to marry you, a man who deliberately concealed this terrible truth. The future you so eagerly anticipated, the security, love, and belonging you believed you had finally found after a lifetime of searching and struggling, evaporates in an instant, dissolving like mist under a harsh sun. The truth, while horrifyingly clarifying the mysteries of Thornfield Hall and its master, is almost unbearable in its consequences. You realize, with piercing clarity, the profound danger you have unwittingly lived alongside, the deep moral quandary Mr. Rochester represents by attempting to live this lie, and the absolute painful necessity of immediately removing yourself from this utterly untenable, compromised, and dangerous situation. The wedding ceremony, stopped before completion, is over. Your time at Thornfield Hall, however brief, however illuminated by moments of happiness, intellectual connection, and feeling loved, is ending now, abruptly and irrevocably, with this traumatic exposure of its deepest, darkest, most terrible secret. There is no longer a place for you here. The air in the church, just moments before alive when the promise of a wedding, now feels utterly suffocating, thick with exposure and crushing despair. You are left reeling, spinning inwardly from the sheer, brutal, agonizing shock of the truth. He is married, not free. All this time, all his words, all your shared moments, all your hopes, built, devastatingly, on a foundation of an insurmountable lie. The horrifying reality of Bertha Mason revealed in her violent confinement eclipses in that immediate, gut-wrenching moment every warm memory of connection or belonging you experienced at Thornfield Hall. Seeing her confirms not just Mr. Rochester's profound deception, but also the immense harrowing tragedy that he has been living with for years. A tragedy he has, terrifyingly, just invited you to step directly into and become part of by trying to make you his wife while still married. Mr. Mason and Mr. Briggs, their legal duty done, their inconvenient truth revealed to all assembled, eventually withdraw, leaving behind only the wreckage of your public exposure and your shattered dreams. You were left standing there in the ruins of the ceremony, alone with Mr. Rochester, a visibly shaken Mrs. Fairfax, a confused and likely frightened Adele, and a few wide-eyed, quickly disappearing servants who scatter, perhaps fearing contamination from this explosive, deeply shameful family secret finally revealed. Mr. Rochester turns to you, his face a landscape of torment, etched now with a desperate kind of pleading that is hard to witness. He doesn't apologize in a straightforward sense for the deception itself, not for keeping the secret and trying to marry you knowing he couldn't, but rather offers apologies only for the circumstance of his first marriage and its outcome, portraying himself almost solely as the primary victim of a cruel fate. He pours out his story, the details now flowing more freely, compulsively, trying desperately to gain your understanding, perhaps your pity. He tells you of his forced marriage to Bertha years ago in Jamaica, a union orchestrated solely for her fortune and connections by his manipulative, avaricious father and brother, not for love, affection, or any true compatibility. of discovering almost immediately after the wedding her inherited hereditary madness, a devastating trait his father was aware of, but concealed for financial gain. Of inheriting this terrible encumbrance, this wife who swiftly descended into profound, uncontrollable mental illness, leaving him trapped in a marriage from which Victorian law offered virtually no escape. He paints a vivid, desperate picture of years of profound misery, travel undertaken to forget, a restless, prolonged search for something real, something good, something salvational outside the confines of his trapped life. And then he claims, in you, he finally found it. He argues that you, in your purity, your strength, your quiet integrity, are his only true hope for a future, a genuine partnership of minds and spirits, the very opposite of the forced, hollow mockery of his marriage to Bertha. He says he loves you fiercely, truly, authentically, as he could never possibly love the monster he claims he is shackled to, unable even to conceive of her as his wife in any real sense any longer. And then, in his desperate need, unable or unwilling to accept the consequence of his own actions and the revealed truth, he proposes something that shakes you even further, taking the revealed circumstances and bending them to his will. He suggests that despite this devastating revelation, despite his being married, you can still, somehow, be together. Not legally, of course. The world and the law now know the truth. But he proposes, you can leave England with him, live abroad somewhere in Europe on the continent, far from the scrutinizing eyes of English society and its judgment. You can live as husband and wife in everything but the legal name, far from prying questions and the confines of conventional morality. He wants you to become his mistress, his chosen companion, accepting his deep love and providing him with the happiness he craves, outside the boundaries of legitimate marriage, built upon this terrible, secret foundation. He tries to rationalize this, attempting to dismantle your principles with arguments framed around his own suffering and desperate need. What moral crime, he argues, is it truly, if he never loved the first wife, if she is effectively unreachable, confined, lost to herself, if she represents only misery and burden, while you offer him the only genuine chance of peace, love, and happiness? He speaks eloquently of how uniquely unfair his situation is, how trapped and wronged he is, how pure and right his profound love for you feels, even if the legal and conventional path to happiness is undeniably blocked by this obstacle. Honestly, you think, watching him, feeling the immense weight of his arguments pressing in on you, the moral and emotional gymnastics some people will perform to justify their own deeply questionable decisions, and carve out a path for themselves that overrides conventional morality and the consequences of their secrets. It feels a little like someone frantically trying to convince themselves that a slice of completely burnt toast, black and inedible, is somehow, actually, a miraculously healthy, nourishing breakfast, simply because it's the only thing available to eat. But you can't accept this. As devastatingly painful as the loss of his professed love is, as crushing as the death of your shared future, of the hope for a secure, loved life, is in this moment, your conscience, the strong, unwavering moral compass forged in the harsh testing fires of Gateshead's injustice, Lowood's rigid principles, and Helen Burns's quiet strength, holds firm. Your deepest, truest self rebels with utter certainty against the idea of living in sin, living in concealment, forever dependent on his protection and his secret world, forever being secondary, hidden away, the secret shame or necessary companion to his publicly acceptable or at least tolerated facade. Your strong, innate moral compass, heavily influenced by years of biblical instruction and an internal, unshakable desire for self-respect, dignity, and truthfulness, tells you this proposed path is profoundly, fundamentally wrong. You are not willing to compromise your deepest principles, your sense of right and wrong, even for the man you desperately love, the only person who has ever made you feel seen and cherished. You saw what utter dependence looked like at Gateshead, what vulnerability it invited. You endured what a lack of self-respect and integrity could lead to at Lowood, observing it in others, fiercely fighting against it in yourself, choosing principle over comfort, even when principle meant further suffering, as in confronting Brocklehurst or Mrs. Reed. To become his mistress, his secret companion, would be a regression, a profound betrayal of the woman you have struggled so hard, so painstakingly, to become, a woman striving for independence, anchored by principle, seeking self-sufficiency not just financially, but emotionally and morally. It hurts excruciatingly, soul-deeply to deny him, to deny yourself this desperate plea for closeness in a form of love. But you know, with absolute searing clarity deep in your core, that this path, this suggested solution, however couched in terms of love and necessity, would ultimately lead only to prolonged misery, moral compromise, and the utter erosion of your self-respect. You must preserve your integrity, your core identity, your principles, even at the immeasurable cost of your heart's deepest desire and the promised love and security. Your own respect for yourself, your rightness of action in the face of profound wrongness, is paramount. Historically, for a single woman in Victorian society, her virtue, her chastity, her moral uprightness, was considered her most valuable asset, fundamental to her social standing, her prospects for future respectable marriage, and her ability to maintain a place in society. Losing it by becoming a man's mistress often meant utter social ruin, disinheritance perhaps, and extreme financial and personal vulnerability, leaving her almost entirely dependent on the goodwill and whims of the man who kept her. While a pragmatic perspective of the time might have seen Rochester's offer, however morally compromised, as providing a form of financial security otherwise unattainable for a woman like Jane, a strong moral framework like hers would view it as exchanging invaluable personal integrity and dignity for a gilded cage and deeply insecure dependence on another's whim and secret life. Scholarly debate persists. Is Jane's unwavering decision to leave solely dictated by rigid, externally imposed Victorian morality? Or is it also, fundamentally, an expression of her own developing psychological need for autonomy, independence, and an equal footing in a relationship, demanding truth and integrity as the basis for connection? And so, the painful decision is made, tearing you apart from the inside. You must leave. Thornfield Hall, the only place where you ever felt genuinely loved, truly belonged, truly seen and valued, is now untenable. It is no longer a haven, but revealed as a complex prison, housing a volatile, dangerous secret and offering a potential future based entirely on falsehood and compromise. You cannot, absolutely cannot stay to live, or pretend to live, as the wife of a man who is already married. Nor can you, will you, accept the morally compromising path of living as his secret mistress. Your principles demand flight, demand separation, demand the preservation of your dignity, even at immense personal cost. You pack your small bundle of belongings, the bare essentials, the familiar clothes from your Lowood years that traveled with you. You deliberately leave behind the nice new dresses Rochester gave you, the treasure books from his library he shared with you, all the precious, tangible symbols of the life you briefly, heartbreakingly thought would be yours. They belong to asterisk that asterisk dream, asterisk that asterisk lie. You cannot take them into your true unknown future. You take only the meager sum of money you have managed to save over your years as a governess, a pittance, a desperately small amount, knowing with chilling certainty that it won't last long, that its inadequacy makes your future terrifyingly uncertain. In the dead of night, silently, furtively, while the rest of the household sleeps, a household haunted now not just by its terrible secret, but by the raw echoes of your shattered wedding and shattered dreams, you creep out. It feels like a horrifying echo of fleeing Gateshead years ago. Another forced departure into the absolute unknown, this time leaving behind the ghost of happiness rather than explicit cruelty. The vast, silent grounds stretch before you in the darkness as you slip out the door. You walk away from the grand, now terrible house, not daring to look back, not daring to look back at the place that briefly promised everything but held only an impossible, dangerous lie. You feel the immense weight of grief and loss pressing down on you. A crushing despair, but also a fierce, necessary, unwavering resolve stealing your spirit. You chose integrity over compromised love, self-respect over gilded dependence. The cost is immense, the future bleak, but you know, profoundly you could not have done otherwise. You travel as far as your meager, dwindling funds can possibly take you by public transport, perhaps a coach, or a series of short, cheap train segments depending on routes available, getting as much distance between yourself and Thornfield as possible. And then, when the money runs out, as it does terrifyingly quickly, you are on foot. Utterly alone, a solitary figure walking on public roads or across vast stretches of empty countryside where you know absolutely no one, have no connections, no destination, and nothing left. Your small amount of money, a lifeline that felt pitiful from the start, rapidly dwindles to nothing. Hunger, not the persistent Lowood ache, but a constant severe physical pain, becomes a gnawing companion. You walk and walk and walk, the physical act a desperate attempt to put not just physical distance but emotional and spiritual distance between yourself and Thornfield, between yourself and the searing pain of betrayal and lost love. But you are also utterly, terrifyingly lost yourself about where to go next, how to find sustenance or shelter, how to simply survive. Without connections, without a character reference from your last place of employment that can explain why you left so suddenly, especially why you left Thornfield just before your publicly announced wedding to the master of the house. How do you even begin to explain that asterisk truth to a potential employer? Opportunities for a lone, penniless woman in the rigid, judgmental society of the mid-19th century are virtually non-existent. Historical fact emphasizes the direness of your situation. For a single, respectable woman in Victorian society without any family safety net, without charitable aid from an organization or compassionate individuals, and utterly without savings or references, independent survival was almost impossible. The options were stark, grim, and incredibly limited. A descent into potentially dangerous, low-paid service, grueling, barely survivable factory work, or the ever-present terrifying prospect of destitution and eventually the workhouse, an institution designed to be deliberately harsh as a deterrent, essentially the final repository for society's failures. Your situation, cut off from all former life, is undeniably dire. You attempt begging, extending your hand for charity, the ultimate act of humiliation for someone who values self-reliance and earned dignity. Your proud, independent spirit shrinks and suffers with each refusal, each averted gaze, each dismissive gesture from strangers. You offer to work for food, for shelter, for anything at all, desperate to provide for yourself through labor, however humble, rather than charity or compromise. But there is simply no one willing, or perhaps brave enough to take in a solitary, exhausted, seemingly dispossessed stranger with no references and a look of raw desperation in her eyes, appearing out of nowhere. You sleep rough, exposed to the elements, enduring the relentless cold, the gnawing hunger that feels like a physical wound, and the vulnerability of being alone in the world, curled up miserably in damp hedgerows, hay hollows, or under inadequate shelter like a stray animal. This isn't just discomfort. This is a struggle for physical survival at the most fundamental level, stripping you back to bare endurance. It brings you face to face in the most brutal, immediate way, with the harsh, cold reality of utter poverty and vulnerability, a reality you perhaps only witness from a slight distance at Lowood through the suffering of others. Now, you are fully immersed in its cold, brutal, unforgiving grasp. You realize how quickly security can vanish, how precarious a position independence is when it is built without any material foundation whatsoever. Your strength, both physical and emotional, begins inevitably to fail under this sustained assault of deprivation. Days blur into a painful cycle of desperately searching for scraps of food, walking until your feet are bruised and bleeding, enduring the constant, deep-seated emptiness of hunger and exhaustion. You become physically weak, lightheaded, likely feverish from exposure and lack of nourishment. The fierce will to go on, the determination that carried you away from Thornfield and through such suffering, begins to falter under the relentless weight of despair and physical collapse. You find yourself alone, completely isolated, out on a vast, lonely moor, a stretch of desolate, untamed countryside, exposed to the elements, its character wild and indifferent to human suffering. Think sweeping misty hills, boggy, damp ground, rocky outcrops offering little shelter, an overwhelming sense of isolation stretching out endlessly. This is not a picturesque, romantic kind of moor from a gentle poem. It is bleak, unforgiving, a perfect geographical embodiment of your own despair and utter solitude. It is out on this isolated, desolate landscape, in your state of utter physical and mental collapse, pushed to the absolute limits of endurance, that you reach your lowest point. Exhausted beyond measure, starving, shivering uncontrollably, profoundly despairing of finding help or a way forward, you simply lie down on the ground, yielding to the inevitable, feeling the deep cold seep from the earth and the damp air right into your bones, ready to give up. It feels utterly, unequivocally, like the end of your journey, the end of your life, your long, difficult, often lonely path from a cruel childhood, through austere institutions and into a brief, tragic happiness, seems destined, agonizingly, to finish here, anonymous and alone on a wind-swept patch of earth, utterly unnoticed. It feels darkly ironic, almost cruelly so, that after escaping the slow suffering and disease of Lowood, and surviving the dangerous, dramatic intensity and profound betrayal of Thornfield, you might simply perish ignobly, silently, alone, from starvation and exposure on a patch of forgotten moorland grass. A historical and literary detail about moors. They were often associated in literature of the time with wildness, isolation, untamed forces, and physical or spiritual danger. Perfect settings for characters pushed to the brink, sometimes believed in folklore, to be home to fairies or other mystical, often mischievous beings, emphasizing the sense of being beyond the boundaries of settled human society. Your lowest point certainly fits that dramatic, desolate, elemental landscape, a final test of resilience against nature itself. Just at the absolute point when you are about to sink irrevocably into unconsciousness, perhaps yielding completely to despair and drifting towards death. A miracle. a tiny, faint sign of human presence appears. You see a light in the distance, a small, steady beacon piercing the encroaching darkness of twilight or early night across the moor. A faint pinpoint of warmth and possibility in the overwhelming, indifferent wilderness. It flickers, seemingly frail, but it is undeniably there, a symbol of human life and shelter. Gathering the very last reserves of your depleted strength, the final flicker of your determination, compelled solely by that faint spark of possibility and hope that refuses to entirely die, you force yourself, slowly, painfully, to drag your weakened body towards it. It takes what feels like an eternity, a colossal, almost impossible effort, each movement a monumental act of will, your entire body screaming in protest from exhaustion, hunger, and cold. You finally reach the source of the faint light, a simple, sturdy stone dwelling, nestled on the edge of the wild moorland, appearing solid and quiet against the harsh backdrop. It looks like a farmhouse or a small parsonage, a place called Moor House, the name you would come to know. You stumble, stagger to the door, somehow finding the strength to weakly raise a trembling hand and knock. After a long moment, there is a response from within. Footsteps approaching, hesitant. The door opens slowly, cautiously. A person stands there, understandably hesitant, wary of the ragged, wild-eyed, seemingly deranged figure collapsing on their doorstep. A figure who must look like something the elements themselves have created, or a common beggar, perhaps a thief, potentially carrying disease. Your appearance must be shocking, gaunt, filthy, shivering violently, clearly on the brink of collapse, obviously utterly destitute and desperate. You manage to stammer out a plea for help, for food, for shelter, the words weak, rasping, barely audible, tearing at your dry throat. The person at the door hesitates visibly, unsure whether to admit you, fearing you are an imposter, a vagrant, or a threat. Understandable fears in an era without reliable identification systems or public assistance beyond the dreaded workhouse for the truly desperate. A time when opening your door to a stranger carried genuine risks. You are initially met with profound caution, hesitation, even suspicion. You utter a name, Jane Elliott, a pseudonym you have adopted instinctively, born of a raw, self-protective impulse to hide from anyone who might be searching for you from Thornfield. A desperate need for a fresh, completely erased start, another small, necessary lie forged in the fires of hardship. This fabricated identity, meant to protect, perhaps ironically reinforces your outsider status. They don't know this person, they cannot verify your story, increasing their wariness. However, within the house, perhaps a kinder voice intervenes, a voice speaking of Christian charity, of duty to a fellow human in evident need. Perhaps someone is persuaded by your desperate physical state, your undeniable vulnerability and suffering, rather than being convinced by your invented identity. The doors eventually opened wider. You are cautiously, perhaps reluctantly by one among them, admitted into the relative warmth and dim, welcoming light of the house. You are offered a place to sit near the glowing embers of the fire, offered some basic comfort after your long, brutal exposure. You meet the inhabitants of Moor House. There is St. John Rivers, a young clergyman, serious-faced and radiating a quiet, somewhat outwardly cold, intense aura, his handsome features already marked by an almost formidable missionary zeal, a relentless driving purpose that seems to govern his very being, and his two sisters, Diana and Mary, both with kinder, warmer eyes and gentle, compassionate manners, currently acting as governesses themselves, but temporarily home from their positions elsewhere. They assess you carefully, their gazes searching but softer than St. John's, noticing perhaps the apparent contradiction between your utterly destitute, wild physical state and your educated manner of speech, sensing something about you that suggests you are perhaps not simply a common vagrant as your appearance implies. St. John, with his particularly intense evaluating gaze, questions you, his voice calm but piercing, trying to understand your story, to uncover the truth, testing the details you provide. You offer only the limited, edited information you can safely give, sticking resolutely to your assumed identity, explaining that you are an orphan with nowhere else to go, adrift and alone in the world. Despite St. John's somewhat formidable presence, his sister's gentle nature and clear sympathy reassures you slightly. They provide you with basic life-giving sustenance, bread and milk, simple provisions, but to your starving body, to the gnawing ache within you, it tastes like pure ambrosia, restoring the very will to live. They offer you a place to rest, allowing you to sink into a bed, a luxury that feels unimaginable, feeling safe perhaps for the first time since your terrifying flight from Thornfield, though still utterly exhausted, physically drained, and profoundly emotionally raw. You have found, at least for now, a fragile, temporary sanctuary on the edge of the desolate moor, taken in by the kindness of strangers. But who are these people who have rescued you? And what will this utterly new, unknown chapter of your life, begun in such a desperate state, hold for you? Life at Moor House under the roof of the River's siblings takes on a new, different rhythm. Recovering physically takes time, a slow rebuilding of strength after the brutal exposure and starvation. The Rivers sisters, Diana and Mary, proved to be genuinely kind, educated, and compassionate companions, sharing their books, engaging you in conversation, treating you not as a charity case, but as a respected, albeit mysterious, individual. St. John, while reserved and intensely focused on his own pursuits, acknowledges your presence and supervises your quiet recovery, his gaze still sharp, assessing your character. He eventually helps you secure a position commensurate with your skills. He establishes a village school for girls in the nearby impoverished community of Morton, securing a small cottage for you to live in and appointing you as its schoolmistress. It is a simple, austere existence, far removed from the complex grandeur of Thornfield Hall, or even the stifling enclosure of Lowood. You teach basic literacy, needlework, and scripture to the village children. Their faces often grubby but eager. Your cottage is modest, your income barely enough to subsist on after providing your own fuel and teaching materials. A typical reality for many village schoolmistresses of the time, often relying on the goodwill of the local squire or vicar and forced to supplement income through other means. However, in this quiet, simple setting, there is a profound sense of peace, purpose, and hard-earned independence. It is yours. You built it with St. John's help. But it is your school, your responsibility, and your income, however small. It is a life defined by usefulness, quiet contribution, and solitary reflection. The financial independence, however limited, and the simple utility of the work are immensely important to you, grounding you in purpose after your period of utter despair. This kind of position, subsidized perhaps by local gentry or church funds, provided one of the few truly respectable options for single women who needed to work and weren't suited or desired to be governesses in private homes, giving the schoolmistress basic income and housing, albeit meager. It's a far cry from the potentially gilded dependence at Thornfield, or even the structured community, however harsh, of Lowood. But it is yours, earned. A quirky tidbit from the period confirms this austerity. Historical records and accounts often reveal these village schools operated on the tiniest budgets, with the schoolmistress expected to provide many teaching materials herself, and frequently having to supplement her income with additional skills like sewing, selling small goods, or taking in laundry just to make ends meet and ensure survival. You take the position with deep gratitude for the opportunity, determined to make a success of it, pouring your considerable energy and your accumulated teaching skills into the task of educating the village children, offering them a chance you only gained through struggle. Life settles into a routine that is quiet, ordered, fulfilling in its modest purpose, but often deeply lonely in its solitude. You miss the companionship you unexpectedly found at Thornfield. During this period, you become much more fully acquainted with the depth and intensity of St. John's character. He is preparing relentlessly for his calling as a clergyman, and is deeply, utterly passionate about his future ambition to do arduous missionary work abroad, particularly in the unforgiving climate and demanding environment of India. Driven by a profound conviction, a spiritual zeal, that you sense feels less like genuine religious fervor or empathetic desire to help humanity, and more like an almost chilling, self-punishing obsession, a cold, analytical, self-sacrificing dedication almost to the point of emotional barrenness. He visibly struggles with a certain internal emotional rigidity. Duty and his rigid interpretation of faith clearly override natural human feeling and compassion in his life, directing all his considerable energy towards this singular, demanding purpose. He notices your quiet competence as a schoolmistress, your ability to apply yourself diligently to a difficult task, your resilience, your quiet strength in enduring hardship without complaint, or demanding special treatment attributes honed during your challenging years at Lowood and during your own flight and recovery. He comes to a conclusion about you. A conclusion reached not through a sudden surge of romantic affection or recognition of personal connection, but through a process of deliberate logical assessment and practical consideration. He proposes marriage to you, but this is not a proposal based on love, not in the way you understood it or felt it for Mr. Rochester, or even perhaps in the way most people understand the basis for such a union. He proposes because he has concluded, based on his cold analysis of your character and capabilities, that you are precisely the kind of woman who would make a suitable missionary's wife, ideally suited to the difficult task ahead. He lists your qualifications: diligent, disciplined, sensible, morally upright beyond reproach, capable of enduring physical discomfort, intellectually capable of learning languages necessary for his mission work. He tests your French, and crucially, being an orphan with no significant family ties that could hold her back from dedicating her life wholly to his mission. He doesn't offer you love, not a passionate partnership of souls, nor emotional comfort, nor a sharing of life's journey built on mutual feeling. He offers you a role, a duty, a task, a partnership in purpose rather than person, explicitly as a necessary helpmeet and useful companion for his intense, all-consuming mission to India. His proposal, when it comes, is startling in its chilling logic, utterly devoid of any conventional emotion or romantic persuasion. He sees you as a valuable, practical tool for his sacred purpose, not a beloved partner for a shared life. He presses you relentlessly, his intensity almost frightening, using moral and religious arguments to attempt to convince you, arguing that denying this calling he is offering, the chance to serve God with him in India, would be selfish, weak, perhaps even unchristian, a refusal of divine providence itself. But you know yourself. You know the depth of human feeling you possess, the connection you require in a true partnership, the passionate nature that lies beneath your quiet exterior. You could respect St. John immensely. Work hard alongside him. Dedicate yourself to his mission. but with absolute certainty that you could not love him. Not with the kind of reciprocal passion and warmth that true marriage demands. Not when faced with the cold, dutiful intensity he requires as a substitute for real emotional connection. More importantly, you knew you could not allow his overwhelming purpose, his relentless drive that sought to eradicate his own emotions, to completely stifle or extinguish your own distinct identity, your own spiritual and emotional light. Your past taught you not to settle for a false or incomplete life, not to compromise your core being, not to merge yourself completely and utterly into someone else's life plan, just because it offers a form of external security or a path deemed good or right by another's standards. You refuse him, as firmly but gently as you can, recognizing the genuine piety and dedication in him, but utterly rejecting the specific path he is laying out, a path that would require you to deny essential parts of yourself. And then, just at the moment you are finding a fragile balance in your quiet, useful village life, finding strength in your independence and community, and steeling yourself inwardly against the unwavering pressure of St. John's intense, unsettling suit, the past catches up with you once more. Mr. Briggs, the stern solicitor who so brutally interrupted your wedding ceremony at Thornfield Hall, reappears on the scene in Morton, seemingly searching. He is specifically looking for a Jane Eyre, a young woman last known to be at Thornfield Hall, a connection presumably provided to him perhaps by Mr. Rochester or someone else in the aftermath of the disaster, perhaps sensing you might have sought anonymity using a pseudonym. Hearing your real name spoken aloud, confirmed by your acknowledgement of being Jane Eyre, triggers something significant for Mr. Briggs. Perhaps Rochester had sent him searching. Perhaps his legal dealings connected him in some way to your family. You confirm your identity, compelled now to do so, briefly explaining that you left Thornfield for reasons connected to Mr. Rochester's inability to marry you legitimately. Acknowledging the truth, however painful, is fundamental to your character. And then comes the unexpected, astonishing revelation Mr. Briggs has brought with him. A consequence of investigations linked ultimately to Bertha Mason's family affairs. You are related to the Rivers family. Your late father, who died when you were an infant, was the brother of their mother, which means, bewilderingly, that the late wealthy uncle who ignored your Aunt Reed's pleas years ago, the one whose inheritance Mr. Mason, yes, Bertha's brother, was also connected in tangled legal ways, had a vested interest in regarding Bertha's own financial interests. Asterisk that asterisk uncle was, in fact, the father of Diana, Mary, and St. John. He was asterisk their asterisk late father's brother, making Diana, Mary, and St. John your first cousins, your only living close blood relatives in the world, besides the distant, difficult Reeds. It turns out your wealthy uncle, the one who never acknowledged you, who died recently without apparently marrying or having legitimate children, has indeed left his entire substantial fortune to you, his only surviving direct relative by blood, since the Reeds were only related by marriage and had no blood claim, and he had, effectively, cut off his own brother's line, the Rivers. Yes, that wealthy uncle whose name you heard mentioned by the Reeds, who steadfastly ignored their occasional, begrudging attempts years ago to secure some small measure of support for you on your behalf, despite their duty towards you. You are suddenly, utterly, astonishingly, an heiress. The shock is profound, the reversal of your lifelong circumstances almost too vast to immediately comprehend. It goes far beyond the financial implications, overwhelming as they are. After a lifetime defined by profound poverty, crushing dependence, precarious positions, and hard-won, fragile self-reliance built painstakingly on your own efforts, you are suddenly, undeniably, genuinely wealthy. But more significantly, more emotionally impactful than the money, you have found family. Real, kind, educated cousins who showed you genuine charity and welcome when you were a complete, destitute stranger using an assumed name. Your immediate thought, amidst the shock of inheritance, isn't about the money or personal gain. It is instantly, keenly about these cousins, these kind people who opened their home and offered you life and opportunity when you had literally nothing. You learn, likely from Mr. Briggs, that your uncle had essentially estranged himself from Diana, Mary, and St. John's branch of the family many years ago because their father, your uncle, made an unpopular marriage or choice of career from his wealthy brother's perspective. Hence Diana, Mary, and St. John's own relative poverty, despite having this rich, now deceased uncle. Seeing their struggle, remembering their inherent kindness and charity towards you, a penniless stranger, remembering the simple comfort they offered you at Moor House when you were literally dying on the moor, makes your decision immediate, certain, and effortlessly clear. You insist, without hesitation or regret, on dividing the substantial inheritance equally amongst the four of you. £20,000 is mentioned, a truly immense sum in the mid-19th century, representing serious, life-changing wealth. Divided by 4, this gives each of you £5,000, a sum large enough to provide genuine financial independence, comfort, and choices for the rest of your lives. Certainly more than enough to free Diana and Mary entirely from their demanding, often thankless and socially isolating governess duties, and more than enough to allow St. John to pursue his missionary calling with perhaps a little more funding for his schools and projects, though his focus remains more on spiritual wealth than material ease, obviously. Your cousins are understandably astonished and deeply moved by your immediate, unhesitating generosity, especially after your own hard past and their initial charity towards you when you were penniless. Your insistence on equal division solidifies your bond with them into something deeply meaningful, something akin to a true sibling relationship, especially with the warm-hearted Diana and Mary, who finally feel like sisters you never had. St. John accepts his significant share with his characteristic practicality, seeing it perhaps as providential assistance provided specifically for his missionary work, seeming less emotionally affected by the sudden material wealth than his sisters are by your kindness and the change in their circumstances. This sudden inheritance grants you something you have never possessed before: profound freedom and absolute choice regarding your future. And perhaps just as significantly, it anchors you, finally and unequivocally, to a legitimate family unit, offering a sense of belonging that is not based on duty, employment, or compromise, but on shared blood and mutual kindness. Historians continue to debate how genuinely revolutionary it was for Jane Eyre, as a literary character, to inherit substantial wealth and become economically independent through this mechanism, thus breaking free from the common narrative arc for female characters of the time who typically had to marry for financial security and a stable future. Does this inheritance truly liberate her to choose love on equal terms? Or does it simply change the terms under which she eventually re-enters a conventional social structure, requiring wealth and family connection to operate freely within it? You, however, simply feel an overwhelming sense of relief, profound gratitude, and the sudden, exhilarating possibility of shaping your own life entirely on your own terms for the first time. No longer penniless, vulnerable, and alone, you now possess the material means to stand on truly equal footing with those of means, and the independence to chart your own course without having to accept any circumstance or relationship born of necessity or compromise. Your connection with Diana and Mary flourishes, deepening into genuine affection and mutual respect. They represent a kind of fulfilling, supportive, intellectual, and emotionally rich family relationship you longed for unconsciously during the barren years at Gateshead and Lowood. But your time spent among them at Moor House, though rich in this new connection and grounding in your rediscovered identity and circumstances, doesn't erase the past. Not entirely. Thornfield Hall and its complicated, challenging, enigmatic master still occupy a significant space in your heart and your thoughts. Now that you have wealth, a legitimate family, and the freedom of independence, the questions that gnawed at you during your time on the moor and in the village, questions you pushed away as impossible or irrelevant, resurface with a new urgency. What happened to Mr. Rochester after that terrible wedding day? Did he remain at Thornfield Hall, haunted by his secret, consumed by his loss? One evening, perhaps feeling finally grounded, empowered, and secure enough in your newfound circumstances to confront the lingering uncertainties and unanswered question of the past, or perhaps simply overcome by an irresistible surge of longing for the man you could not forget, you find yourself unable to ignore these questions any longer. The need to know what became of him is too powerful. Your newly established financial independence means you possess the absolute freedom to travel where you wish, without asking permission, unlike your helpless, penniless flight from Thornfield years before. This journey, you realize, would be entirely your own decision. A move made entirely on your own terms, an act of self-direction, not desperate escape. You are no longer a runaway governess hiding. You are Jane Eyre, an independent woman with resources, choosing her path. You quietly arrange your affairs, ensuring the little school in Morton is provided for, and will continue, ensuring the practicalities of your new life are in order, anchored by your inheritance and family connections. And then, with a quiet, resolute purpose, you make the journey back towards the vicinity of Thornfield Hall. The journey itself feels vastly different this time. No longer one driven by desperation, fear, and blind escape into the unknown, but one of quiet, deliberate return, guided by your own will, your own questions, and supported by your own resources. You arrive back in the familiar vicinity, drawing nearer to the place that holds so much complex emotion for you, only to find that Thornfield itself is irrevocably changed, badly changed. Mainstream historical fact. Fires were indeed a very real, significant, and often devastating danger for large country homes and structures in the 19th century, particularly given the prevalent use of candles, early gas lamps, often prone to leaks, less sophisticated or well-maintained heating systems, open hearths, unreliable stoves, and the inherent flammability of large, multi-story wooden structures filled with dry materials like curtains, furniture, and papers. Fires could, and often did, spread with terrifying speed, destroying priceless property, and sometimes resulting in significant loss of life. When you reach the immediate area around Thornfield Hall, asking cautious questions of villagers or tenants who lived nearby, you learn, with a profound shock that seems to numb you despite the grim confirmation it offers, exactly what happened in your absence. Thornfield Hall burned down, completely. The grand old house you knew was consumed by a terrible fire, reduced to a gutted, smoking ruin sometime after you left. The villagers, recounting the events with hushed voices, relay the story of that terrible night. A devastating conflagration that swept through and destroyed the large house. And amidst the terrifying chaos of the fire, the collapse of timbers, the roaring flames, it is revealed that Mr. Rochester was present. It was discovered, pieced together from witnesses' accounts and the evidence found in the ruins, that Mr. Rochester, during the height of the blaze, amidst the panic of the servants attempting to flee, attempted to rescue his confined wife, Bertha Mason, from the third story, the very source of so many troubles and mysteries, perhaps attempting one final act of atonement or responsibility for his secret burden. He succeeded, heroically some might say, perhaps desperately, in helping all the servants escape safely from the burning house. But in his determined final attempt to reach and save Bertha from the attic, from the very part of the house where her long confined life and volatile presence was centered and arguably ignited the catastrophe, she herself died. She fell, or perhaps leaped deliberately depending on the account you hear or choose to believe, from the roof of the burning building, plummeting to her death. And Mr. Rochester, in his desperate, perhaps redemptive attempt to save her from the flames, was himself terribly, severely injured. He lost his sight, blinded by the smoke or flames, and suffered serious injury to one of his hands. It is a tragic, dramatic, devastatingly symbolic end for the secret-laden hall and its volatile captive. A violent, fiery conclusion that somehow feels inevitable for a place built upon such deep secrets and confinement. The destructive, purifying power of the fire serves as a terrible cleansing, a violent, catastrophic force that ultimately brought a final, devastating conclusion to the years of confinement, deception, and concealed pain that had plagued the house and its master. Learning this news, the complete physical destruction of the place you called home, where you found love and experienced such profound betrayal, the violent, fiery, final end of Bertha, the impediment, and Mr. Rochester's tragic, brutal physical fate, leaving him maimed and blinded, is overwhelming, almost too much to process in its totality. The great obstacle that stood between you and him, the terrible living secret, is undeniably gone, violently, decisively removed by fate and fire. But at what terrible, profound cost to the man you loved. You have, in your time away, found wealth beyond imagination, discovered legitimate family who offer you belonging and love, and built a strong foundation of independence and self-worth entirely through your own integrity and effort. But the man you loved, the man whose very being challenged and connected with yours, has paid a terrible physical price for the conclusion of his hidden life. What is left of him now, after such destruction and loss? Your heart pulls you towards him, undeniably, not out of a desperate need for rescue or shelter as you once felt, not as a dependent seeking comfort or protection, but now as an equal, seeking connection. You want to see him, offer comfort, understand what remains of his complex spirit after such immense physical damage and devastating loss. But you go to him now, to the farm where he is now living, having been reduced in circumstances and capacity, not as the poor, plain governess, but as Jane Eyre, now an heiress of independent means, an independent woman with her own family and a place in the world secured by her own merit and unexpected fortune. You go to him perhaps contemplating your own path forward now, one chosen freely. Scholarly debate often returns to whether Jane's ultimate return to Rochester, now blinded and physically reliant, is a truly subversive ending for a Victorian novel, putting her definitively on an equal footing with him by having secured wealth and status independently, allowing for a union based on mutual choice and perhaps reliance, or whether it is ultimately a sentimental, traditional conclusion that merely reaffirms conventional marriage and the role of female companionship. After all the external obstacles, the first wife, the disparity in status, are neatly, if brutally, removed. Regardless of academic interpretation, you, Jane Eyre, now stand undeniably at a new threshold. A threshold where your future is one you have the capacity to choose freely. You find him, living a quiet, perhaps humbled existence, retired from the world, physically marked by his experiences, He is indeed blind, perhaps less formidable in his physical presence, without the piercing power of his gaze, arguably needing your companionship, perhaps even practical assistance, more than you now physically or financially need his in return. You, on the other hand, possess both considerable resources, at least on paper with the inheritance share, and genuine family support, standing strong and capable, having undeniably forged your own path, refused compromise, and secured your independence. What happens next in your story with Mr. Rochester is less about one needing rescuing, or the other providing it unilaterally from a position of inherent superiority, and more. Now, about choosing partnership, choosing a union freely, between two fundamentally changed individuals, brought together again by the clearing away of past burdens and lies. He finds his Jane again, no longer the desperate governess, but standing free, possessed of means and self-worth. You've secured your own rightful place in the world, validated your principles and your inherent self-worth by refusing compromise, and established a basis for independence that transcends mere material necessity. As you reflect quietly, deeply, on the remarkable, arduous, shaping journey that has brought you to this point, from the profound, isolating cruelty and unjust confinements of your childhood at Gateshead, through the demanding austerity and complex human connections of Lowood, into the intoxicating, mysterious drama of Thornfield Hall and the devastating exposure of its secrets, followed by the desolate, near-fatal isolation of the moor, and finally, the unexpected finding of fortune, belonging, and family at Moor House. You realize with profound clarity and quiet conviction that every single hardship you endured shaped you. Every moment of seemingly futile defiance against injustice built your inner strength, solidified your principles. Every struggle for survival, for self-respect, for independence, however painful, created the foundation for the woman you have become. You did not, when presented with the stark, agonizing choice, compromise your core integrity for the sake of comfort, security, or even the deeply desired promise of love within an untruth. You lost the man you loved, or thought you loved in that flawed context, but in doing so, you found your deeper, stronger, truer self, affirmed your right to self-determination and moral uprightness. And ultimately, perhaps after that necessary separation and period of self-definition, you found a way back at him, or at least towards a possible future with him, on terms that finally allowed for genuine equality, mutual need, and a union built not on deception and unequal power dynamics, but on truth, however painful that truth was to reach and live through. Your path through life wasn't smooth or easy, not by any measure. It was long, hard, fraught with obstacles, emotional agony, and profound tests of your spirit. But it was undeniably yours, uniquely carved out of your own immense resilience, unwavering principles, and a relentless, inherent yearning for a life that felt authentic and true to your own soul. A life where you could stand whole, loved, and free. And so, dear listeners, our long, immersive journey with Jane Eyre, tracing the challenging, remarkable trajectory of her life and spirit as told in this manner, reaches its close, settles into completion. The old stones of Thornfield, the grand, secretive house, have finally, dramatically, turned to ash and ruin. Its volatile secrets, long buried and confined, have been violently laid bare, released finally by the consuming firelight. The echoes of past lives, past sorrows, and hidden suffering are softening now, fading from acute presence into the distance of memory. The fierce wild winds that swept across the desolate moor have grown quieter, gentling down to a soft whispering breeze that stirs gently across the landscape of remembrance and hard-won peace. Picture the last embers of that destructive fire cooling to gray dust in the ruins, the first fragile light of a quiet new day slowly rising over those distant rolling hills, illuminating a path forward. A landscape transformed, but now perhaps cleared for new growth. All the intensity, all the relentless struggle, all the piercing moments of sharp despair and unexpected fleeting joy, the complex human connections made and broken. They all begin now to recede into the past, settling behind you like the leaves of a journey completed, rustling softly on a quiet path now trod with steady, independent steps. Your own path, dear listener, whatever it may be, lies gently before you now in this quiet space of reflection, seeming smoother and calmer in the soft moonlight, or catching the first warm glow of the gathering dawn. Take a deep breath, slow and steady. Feel the weight of the story beginning to lift. Release the narrative. Let the emotions and the scenes fade. Feel the quiet peace settle in your chest, replacing the tension and the empathy felt. The sounds of the external day, or the external world outside this moment, are hushed now, growing distant, and the encompassing night holds only stillness and rest. The tale is told. The long journey through another's life, another's hard-fought truth, is complete for now. Your eyelids are growing heavy now, feeling the comfortable weight of deep calm settling upon them. Your body is drifting down towards a place of deep, quiet rest. Relax now. Let go completely. Just drift down now. Down. Deep.